Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Sarge, I'm sorry to say it, but you are in fact first. Unless you count me. I'm always the first here, weirdly. Anyway, how's everybody doing? How is everyone's Wednesday? It feels like a Monday. There's always the weird thing about taking a few days off is that it's when you come back, it always feels like it should be like the start of the week. And my thing's blinking at me. Oh shit! Wait. Oh dear. Well, we've got 7,000 buckets of water in. Or yeah, we've got 7,000 buckets of water in our random fluids thing. Whoops. Hold on, we've got a screw up to fix already. Lovely. Okay. I'm doing all right today, actually. Yeah. Did I ever make destruction cards craftable? I did. Perfect. Yeah, I made a slight screw up there, apparently. I upped the amount of water. We seem to be dropping the amount of water, so I upgraded our water setup, and then we weren't, and then I forgot that I hadn't put an overflow destruction card in here, and now we have 7,000 buckets of water clogging up our random fluids thing. So, yay. You go first? Damn, you hijacked your joke. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Sarge. How are you doing, though? Right, can I make an IO port? Because I am going to need an IO port here. Because I don't really have any other way of clearing out this this water from here. And I really don't want to void the whole lot of everything in here because it's not worth it. Okay, right. First things first, we've got to make one of these. I'm going to need 2 ME drives. Which means 2 ME chests, which means we need to make an aluminium crate, which means we need long aluminium rods, which we need a recipe for, which I ran out of patterns earlier, so let's make more patterns. Hopefully by the end of today, we won't need to worry about patterns, because we'll have HV circuits passived. That's the plan. Well, a bit exhausted. And any particular reason for the exhaustion? Just like kind of long weekend or not slept well? It's Harlan. Hello. Alright, it's weird being back in here because I've been playing so much Sevtech Ages lately, and I'd been looking at all of the applied energistics stuff in there, and all the textures are all different, and it's now confusing me. Right, I need 2 ME chests, which means... Oh god, there's going to be all sorts of stuff we don't have, isn't there? Okay, right. This is what happens when you make screw-ups. This is what happens when you're tired. Alright, so we need... dark steel blocks, aluminium crates. Oh my god. There's so much stuff. Right, we need to make two ME chests, right? So we need 8 plates, 8 aluminium rods. The plates we can make easily. The rods we need a recipe for. Uh-huh. 8 of those. How is Guitar Lilin today? Oh god, we've got so much stuff we've got to make here. Fluix plates. If I remember rightly, we can just put the Fluix in a compressor, which I have here somewhere. Yep, that'll work. Actually, might have been quicker to put it in a cutter, honestly, but eh. We've got the nether quartz plate. We need the Certus quartz plate. Thankfully, we have plenty of Certus quartz now, so we should be able to do this. Oh, the Alabance in the ped. Oh, that's not good. Hopefully it does get better soon. Any particular reason for it, or just kind of having a rough day, kind of head-wise? I'd been having a lot of those, which is the reason why we were, I took the last couple of days away. It helped. It definitely helped. Summer house trip, the Silicon trip, the land. Ah, so just a lot going on then, basically. That's fair. Right, quartz glass. There we go, right. 2 me chests. Now, we do need to do the emitters as well, which means we need electrum rods. Do we want to do... No, I don't think we're going to do a recipe for them yet. And we need... Since we need 2 ME drives, so we need 8 electrum rods. So 4 electrum plus another 2... 5 electrum going through to make rods. When is it that you leave for Zidicon, Guitarla, then? Because at least that once you get, at least that's something you can hopefully look forward to. Is you leave on the 6th. I hope you have an awesome time there. I'm just gutted I don't get to kind of meet you and everybody else. Alright, so we need 2 of those. What am I short on? Copper cables. Maybe one year I'll be able to do it. Right, ME IO port. It's going to be kind of slow to start with since we're not going to have any acceleration upgrades in here. But hopefully... Oh, wait. Something else went into somewhere else. Oh, glue. We had a glue one. Oh, it's actually going a lot quicker than I thought it would. Although I'm a little concerned about what else just got taken out of there and went into somewhere else. Nothing is in the wrong place. Everything's filtered that should be. Okay, that's fine. Niffy and Stereo are the only people I've managed to meet from the Zadikians. They are awesome. It was a long time ago, but I imagine they haven't changed a great deal. But they are awesome people. Right, okay, so now we've got that little bit of mess up out of the way. We finished the last stream. We just made it so we could request craft the printed circuit boards. That should still be working. So we can request craft those now. Although we are going to be passiving these by the end of the stream. But we do still want them request craftable so that we can, if we need to make extras, we can do. Maybe some other colour hair. Quite possibly. There we go. Those are requestable now. Right, so what else are we missing? What else do we need to do in terms of getting things passived? Laser engravers. Hey, Freefall. How you doing? Laser engravers. I need to know how I'm going to do this. Am I going to need laser engravers outside of circuits related things? Maybe for making silicon presses and stuff, but I think we can just do those in the inscribers with iron blocks anyway, so we don't really need that. I think it's mostly just going to be circuit-related things. So what we need to do is we need to have laser engravers. I want to decide how I'm going to do this. I don't think I'm going to have them. I don't know if I want to have them passively crafted. Or the essentially request crafted, but passively. If that makes sense. Can we make crafting cards? No, not to leave it. Okay, that's fine then. We don't even need to worry about that. So passive it is then. For now. Okay, right. So what are we going to need to set up? Because the idea is basically going to be... we'll have an area set up over here. These two chunks for now. Where we're going to get everything everything's going to get put together for the circuits. And then we're going to just shut things off when we have enough of them. So it's going to be passively crafting everything in there. And it's basically, we're going to have it on a subnetwork. And then that subnetwork is just going to basically be able to see what it needs to from within this network. And then it will use that to passively craft things. And then shut itself off. And then that way, if we have it on a subnetwork, later on we can put it so we've got it on kind of crafters or requesters. And then we can have separate... crafting CPUs over here specifically for circuits. Okay. So with that being said, we need to passive. Basically, I want to have all of these passived. So the microprocessors, so the microchip processors. I've moved that in the wrong place. Microchip processors, microprocessors, and microprocessor assemblies should all be passive by the end of the day, hopefully. So CPU chips, we need CPU wafers. CPU wafers, we need. So we need one. Let's figure out how many laser engravers we need, and we'll just get all those made for now. I might end up having to do a couple of customers as well, but we need CPU chips. So if we just get CPU wafers on there, again, CPU chips on there, which is just CPU wafers, and RAM chips. So we need RAM wafers. Those we don't need too many of them though. And I don't think we're going to need these anywhere outside of circuit processing. So we can just keep those contained within this little circuit. But we need both of these. So we need a diamond and green lens. So we need 2 more engravers, which they need to be HV, I believe. Oh, no, only MV. Okay. Cool. Right, so let's make 2 more laser engravers. Okay. Oh, we need to get that doing something as well. I might need to make some more... Actually, yeah, let's do that now as well. Let's make some more stainless steel. We might need to make some more steel as well, come to think of it. I want to keep making as much stainless steel as we can now while stuff isn't being used for anything else. Nickel, iron, manganese, and chromium. Oh, we actually haven't got that much manganese, at least not in dust form. So it's 1 stack of nickel and then 6 stacks of iron. And we will macerate all of that. Is this still going through the cobaltite? It's still going through the cobaltite. I mean, on the plus side, we are going to have a whole lot of arsenic after all this. And a whole bunch of cobalt. I don't know what I'm going to do with all that cobalt yet. All this needs to get moved into storage drawers. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't want plenty of arsenic? We are going to be a little short on gallium, however, though. We've only got 424 gallium. I'm going to get rid of those cobaltite for now, and we'll let this go through all of the iron and the nickel and everything else so we can start making the stainless steel. We should have what we need. I didn't put the laser engraver recipe over there. Should have what we need for these except for the copper cables. If we just make a stack of those for now. Arsenic is useful for circuit related stuff, IRL. It's not just a deadly chemical material, whatever you want to call it. It has its uses. Alright, we do need 6 MV pistons. And we need 3 MV holes. Oh, we've gone through all the silicon. Do I want to put more silicon in there? How many silicon balls have we got? 32. We should be okay for a little bit. Because we're not going to be able to fully passive the circuits yet until we have a passive supply of gallium and arsenic. Which we're not going to have for a little bit, I don't think. We're still going to be manually doing that. There we go. Cobaltites goes there. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of iron. Now we just got to wait for the manganese and the nickel and grab a stack of chromium. And we can get another 9 stacks of stainless steel going. Wait. Oh, it started doing the cobaltite again, didn't it? There we go. Right. Now grab a stack of chromium. And do I need a circuit for this? Yes. Alright. Let that do its thing. And we should have everything we need for these now. There we go. 2 laser engravers. Gonna grab... What was it we needed? The diamonds. Yeah, diamond lens and the ruby lens. Right, let's see. Let's just stick these down here for now, just so we know where that they're there. So we've got those bits sorted. Those will then feed into cutters. I think we're going to have to make another couple of cutters as well. I like to keep the kind of the just like one-off machine things over here as well, just so we were able to, like, if there's something we need to make, we've just got them available. So that would take care, that would be easy enough to take care of the CPU chips. What we'll probably do is set these up so we can keep like a stack of them or a couple of stacks of them in a drawer. There is a downgrade. Yeah. So if we can get it so we can store like 4 stacks of them, maybe, of each of them. So I think if you put a downgrade in and then like one of the other upgrades, it will multiply the 1 stack by like 4 or what have you. That way we can keep 4 stacks of them in stock at any given time. What else do we need to do? Resistors? Can we do the SMD resistors? Yes, technically. Although carbon, we need to get a way of passively getting carbon dust. And we need to passive electrum as well. We're going to have to set up a little area specifically for passive crafting of alloys. I think. That might be another thing we've got to get set up today. But we should be able to do the SMD resistors, provided we can get a passive supply of carbon. Which is marginally more difficult than you think. Only marginally, though. Once we get into the petrochem stuff, we'll get plenty of it from the distillation towers. But for right now... I'm kind of feeling like the electrolyzer is going to be the way to go. Since we're going to have a passive supply of diamonds... do sugar as well, I guess, but... yeah, diamond dust in an electrolyzer. 64 carbon dust. So we can set that up to passive. Just feed out diamonds. We don't need to do too much of it. If we just keep like a, I don't know, 1024 carbon dust on hand at any given time. And then use a threshold. Wait, can we make the threshold emitters in a minute? Yes. Yes, we can. Nice. Okay, right. So we use threshold emitter. We can say turn on again once you've got dropped below a certain point, and then turn on again afterwards. I think that'll work. Okay, so that should take care of the carbon. That will allow us to make resistors. Resistors are fantastic. Actually, you know what? It's probably going to be worth passiving all the SMD components as well that we can. Oh, there's more stuff we've got to passive. Passive all the things. I don't tend to do this, but with certain things like components, they are like the SMD components, it's absolutely worth it. Like SMD resistors would be doable. We need to passive electrum. Okay, there's more steps that we're going to need to do before I think about this. Oh, these are going to be... oh, no, these won't... I was going to say these are going to be a bit of a pain to do, but... they're not. Because we can do the PVC... used PVC sheets. And we can get 12 of them with aluminium foil. So the capacitors are fine. Because we are making PVC sheets. Those will be fine. Be nice if we could get tantalum. What else do we need? So we can do the resistors, we can do the capacitors, transistors, anneal copper, and gallium foil is going to be a bit more of a pain. What else we got to do? But basically all of these use resistors, capacitors, and transistors. We really just need those. Oh, and inductors for the for the other ones, which nickel, zinc, ferrites. Fun times. Which has to be done in and EBF with oxygen. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to do here, is the general gist of it. Wait, do I need the SMD components outside of circuit crafting? I don't, do I? Well, SMD components are only used in circuits. Mostly. Until much later on. Yeah, so we can keep all the SMD stuff within the area of our circuit crafting. Okay, that works. And then fine copper wire is obviously fine. Fine red alloy wire is fine. Fine red alloy wire there as well. Okay. And then plastic circuit boards, we just need chemical reactors in there. Okay. This is all very much doable. Alright, let's make another couple of cutters, first of all. And we may as well go with MV ones. So we're going to need 2 more holes. What else are we missing? Vanadium steel buzz saws. Did I actually make any more vanadium steel? I did. You stop doing that, please. Which means we just need a couple of vanadium steel gears. Which I could really do with labeling these so I know which is which. Do I have any signs? I do, but only 3 of them. We need at least 8. Right, so we have rotors, small gears, regular gears, rings, wash pipes. Looking out there. Normal pipes. Long rods. And bolts. Right, we'll make those glow in a little while. How's the stainless steel doing? Those and... Wait, do they go through lathe, right? Yeah. Let's put those through the lathe. What else are we missing? Conveyor modules and motors. I'll make a few extra motors, because we're going to need them. Okay, so I think the way we're going to do this is we're going to have all of the actual circuit crafters over on this side, and then we'll do all of the bits that are being passived over on this side. We're going to need an interface and probably some storage buses, or a storage bus, more likely. Have I really gone through all my covered cables again? Okay, so this... come through here for now. We set this up... How do we want to set this up? What's going to be the easiest way to do this? This is going to be on a separate network, so... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... And that should be the center point. We need to bring... covered cable up here. Which have the interface there. Then we're going to need a storage bus. And we're also going to need some red dye. I do not have... I do have poppies, though. That is going to be our sub-network color. Going to need quartz fiber. Transfer power. Minecraft still has roses. They haven't changed that. Oh, did it used to have individual? I didn't know that actually. I know they had them in modded. I didn't know that was. That used to be a vanilla thing then. I didn't know that. Huh. You learn something new every day. That's cool. I wonder why they got rid of that then. That's a little weird. Right, have I still got that terminal over here? Right, let's make sure this has worked. Basically, what we want to do is we want to say, tell this what we want to actually see in this network. So right now we can see everything. We don't want to see everything. We just want to see certain things. So let's just say we know we need to see polyethylene. If we stick that in there, this network will now only be able to see polyethylene. So we just tell this what we need it to see. And that way it doesn't have to see the entire network and we can keep it separate. We're basically doing that for future-proofing. When we set this up with like requesters instead. Turn roses into poppies in 1.7.2. Oh, I see. I've never played anything, I don't think, prior to 1.7.10. So I never knew that. I never had the pleasure of that. Cool. Okay, so can we make our cutters now? What am I now missing? Wait, conveyor? Didn't I make the conveyors? Oh, did I use the conveyors in something else? God damn it. Whoops. It's fine. Right, so we need the conveyors, and we are still missing copper cables as well. Oh, and we used the hole for something else, didn't we? Probably the interface. Came up to that, the two tall flowers. I guess that makes sense if they change them to rose bushes rather than roses. I guess that makes sense. Right, at this point, at least, there is no reason not to just have both of these on here directly connected. Actually, the only reason to not do that would be powering these. It's going to be a bit more of a pain. I guess what we can do instead is rather than have those like that, we can stack these. So we have that laser engraver pushing down to there, and then we'll have a storage for the things there, and then we'll have the other advanced cutter there, and then we'd have storage there, and we'd have storage there, and that would work. I might need to do some framed storage drawers though for these, since these are going to be slightly more permanent than the other ones. Framed drawer. How to change... Oh, God. Seriously? They put a 2 in there in how to change texture? They put the numerical 2... Oh, no comment. Alright, 2 of those. Right. Inside a crafting window... Wait, is there... I remember one of the things I loved in Monifactory. There we go. Framing template. I was going to say, they used to... I'm sure they used to have something like this. Oh, wait a minute, though. Does that just... I remember they used to have something like that that didn't use up the... That didn't use up the... What's it called? The thing. The materials. Oh, what does it say? Control the first slots. The outside of the drawer. Wait. Inside a crafting window, place the block you want to use the texture of. At the outside of the drawer in the first slot, and the crafting window, the second slot, put the block that will be used for the texture. On the inside of the frame drawer, and on the third slot, put a frame drawer. Okay. Just like that. And then... Oh. Do we have... We haven't got any calcite. What have we got in the way of, like... I want a whiter coloured block. Or a lighter coloured block. Oh, we should have quartz. I haven't got a ton of it, but... I think that'll work. We haven't really got a lot of marble, honestly. I don't think we've got any marble. We've got 103. That would have worked, though. It's not the nicest of blocks, though. It reminds me of like a slightly cleaner diorite, though. But that would also have worked. I think we can switch these out later anyway if we need to. What am I looking for? Downgrades. If we do the downgrades, and we'll just keep them with just a stack in there for now, and then we'll see if we can upgrade that later. We'll obviously have to put a storage controller somewhere underneath here, and then just kind of hook it up to all the drawers in here. Also, one thing I'm very, very appreciative of, outside from 112, is that with storage drawers in 112, they would always place kind of with the back on the face that you selected. So you couldn't stand to the side like this and have it facing and click like that and have it facing forwards. It would always face that way. So annoying. Reese, how you doing? Right, so what's going into those again? Hold on, let me put these in here. Kaz is using it. I know Kaz is using it in Project Nope Zone. It's just, I think the problem with storage drawers is it stayed exactly the same. And then things like functional storage have come along and then added so many more different features and things to it. The storage drawers didn't have. It's just kind of like not as used. Warehouse is insane. Did you can manage it with AE2? I think I vaguely remember trying to do that in FTB Inferno, but I think I didn't know enough about mine colonies really to know what I was doing. Right, okay. So, we were doing this, so we need CPU chips and we need RAM chips. We have no CPU chips. We have 384 RAM chips. Oh, wait. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, maybe we'll do the upgrades for this straight away. Wait, I haven't got bronze plates craftable? Okay, hold on, bear with me. Hold, please. And, hello. First storage drawers, less lag in the wireless drawers. See, I've never had any issue with lag with the functional storage, although then again, I also never have, like, large storage networks. Oh, we haven't got lead coming in. Oh, that's something I need to fix. Please say, I'll be there in however long it takes to afford a flight and get over there quiet. Can you hold on till then? Oh, with the skeleton predictions, that explains why we haven't got it. Alright, let's keep moving these into here. How long you got left till you go home quiet? I'm guessing still a little while based on... I think you said 5 hours earlier and that was like a few hours ago. Yeah, sophisticated storage does also have limited barrels as well. I love the limited barrels. I just love sophisticated storage in general. It's so kind of versatile. Yeah, 2 hours you training from today too, so you can't listen to stream while you work. Oh, heaven forbid you actually have to work quiet. How dare they make you do that? Right, we are going to need a 4-amp converter for that as well, aren't we? Okay. So, what do we need to do? What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh, right, yeah. I was checking these. Wait, that's the wrong place. They should give us 2, right? Yeah. Okay, right, let's see. You've been asked for... Oh, nice. I wish you the best of luck with it, Quiet. Right, the only thing is, I can't see how many things this can hold at the moment, because it doesn't tell me unless I put something in there. 256, perfect. Okay, so that stores 4 stacks. Whereabouts is the interview for? Quiet. If you have time to reply, that is. Right, we can only put 4 stacks of RAM chips in there, although we will obviously be storing a little bit more. So RAM chips going to the top. RAM, that was... Which one was that? That was the Emerald. That's the CPU chip. The Emerald lens, right? Yeah, so that's going to be in the wrong place, obviously. We need a 4-amp converter. Power all of that. Probably going to need a few of these, or at least a couple more. Put your phone in the charger early, accidentally put it on your wallet and realised you'd forgotten NFC. On after scanning your passports. NFC. Having a party trying to scan your MasterCard. Hang on. Online tutoring, the specific listing said I'd be helping students with writing essays. Oh. Cool. Near field V communication. Reach things like RFID chips. Ah, okay, got you. Cool. Oh, fuck, I broke the wrong one. Muppet. Oh, this all has to get moved over by one. Fuck. I put it in the wrong bloody place. That's fine. Easily fixed. Down there. That goes there. And that goes there. Okay, that's better. Right, and then we can have an interface in here that will output all of the stuff that we need it to. I hope your younger siblings look over their essays and you enjoyed it. Let's hope something comes of it then. I will keep my fingers crossed. Come on, give me my interface. Thank you. Right, so that will do it. Then we'll use lasers to output, cut the lubricant into there and there. And then... Yeah. Start college in August. Oh, what are you studying in college, Panda? I'm fairly sure you've told me this before. I have a memory like a sieve, so... Okay, so... I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I do have some counting filters, good. I think I am going to leave, I think, the silicon balls elsewhere, because we do need, and I'm just going to output wafers to here. I have a feeling we're going to end up needing an expansion card on here. Right, let's get rid of that for now. I'll put silicon wafers in here, so we can see the silicon wafers. And we're also going to need to do a lubricant as well. It's going to need to see the lubricant. Perfect. I've just come out of there and I don't need to. What the hell happened there? Jesus. Okay, and we're also going to need laser nodes. I'm going through these laser nodes like crazy at the minute. Do I need to bring that down by a block? I need to bring that down by a block, don't I? And now the fun part of figuring out how we're going to get the lasers over to here while still keeping them in a straight line. Or 45-degree angle. Oh, that's in such an awkward place. And that's like the maximum distance between them as well. That's actually really fucking awkward. Okay. Hmm. I'm tempted to move this. I like the fact of having it underneath the center of here. But that's... I've got to do it. I hate this. Yes, it's overkill. No, I don't care. Right, there we go. That's better. And then that should be... Yeah, that should be in the 45-degree angle. That's fine. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To there, and then to there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to there, wouldn't it? Okay, cool. There's going to become a point where there's just... I start causing lag just by the amount of connectors I have. We have not reached that point yet, though. We're fine. Give it a little while. I've been taking a half of your sleeping pill the last few nights. One of the side effects is headaches. See, that doesn't sound good to me. I don't... Is that really worth the... The additional hassle? Oh, we do need... Wait, we do need these on all of them, don't we? At some point, you'll have to upgrade everything just to reduce lag? Wait, what do you mean? Upgrade what, though? Freefall. If we just upgraded machines, that's not a problem. We won't need to change any of the lasers or anything like that. And I'll be very surprised if I get lag in this until the very, very end game. Just from the way I play. Okay, right. So, we should be able to see an output lubricant to here, right? Yes. Beautiful. I am running out of fluid cards, though. Right, what do I need? That's a good question. Lubricant. I literally just said it. Right, we need to filter for lubricant. We need to filter for lubricant on there. Correct. We have lube. Wonderful. All right, and we need to output silicon wafers into here. Yeah, the way I the way I tend to set things up, this is one of the things that this is one of the reasons why it takes me so long to actually do a lot of things, is because I try and future-proof everything as I go and make it so it's easy to update and upgrade later. Right, if we just set this so we're only ever keeping like one silicon wafer in there, it takes long enough that it's not going to cause too many problems. I'm gonna keep one in there. I wish there was a way we could shut these off when you've got a stack in there. Like say you've got like 16 in there. That's one thing that modern industrialization did do well. I will give it credit for that. Is that it allowed you to limit the amount of items that would go into a slot. And there's not really an easy way to do that with this. Oh, I guess there is. It's going to just take a lot more cards. All you need to do is use a sensor card, sense how many of the CPU things are in there and then not put any more into there. Actually, I want to see if that would work. Let's try with the other ones that we don't actually have any of yet. But basically, just so we don't use more like wafers or anything like that than we need, because we do need the wafers in a lot of different places. So not just kind of like stacking up a whole bunch of them. I just want to see if this is actually possible to do. So if we do the sensor on there, we do a counting filter. Wait, what are we making in here? CPU chips, right? So if we check that, and we're making the CPU wafers. If we check, say, on Redstone channel 1, if there is, say, 4 CPU wafers in there, that will emit a redstone signal on Redstone channel 1. And then if we do that on channel 1, and only export when it's a low signal, that should only, like, once that has, I'll take that out of there. Once that has got 4 backed up in there, it should stop exporting anymore.
Oh, I see.
It might export one extra
Running
one, but...
away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Uh-huh. Alright. Does help if you give things power. Clear yourself off your scene, go back to work. Alright, quiet. Good luck today. Hopefully it goes okay. And hopefully something comes of that. I have no energy cards. Hopefully something comes of that interview. Right. What's actually making me, like, stopping me being able to do these passively or request crafting these? I don't think there's anything at the minute. Except for the fact that we're sidetracked by doing this first. We have power. Right, I want to see if this works. Okay, I'm actually going to take this down to 2, just so it's a little quick. Because we've got to wait like 45 seconds for each of these anyway. So we want to keep at least like 16 of them in there, just so it can start running again when it needs to. And then we can probably use a robot arm to move stuff down into here, and then make sure we only keep a certain amount of things in here as well. So there's one. Once this is finished, this should stop outputting. We just have to wait like 45 seconds to find out. I should have just stuck it at 1, shouldn't I? My concern is that it won't check like the output inventory. Oh no, there we go. Perfect. So we can have it so it never keeps more in here than we need. It will always have that extra 1 in there. So if we want to say keep no more than 16 in here, say we'll set it to 15, then it will run through the last one, and that should work. That's actually a really nice way of doing that. That should work nicely. Right. We put that into there, and then we do the same with this. That we do that on channel 2. And this is RAM wafers. If we set that to 15 and we set that to 15. I want a couple of robot arms. We should be able, we can get away with just using LV robot arms for this, I imagine. We don't need to move stuff ridiculously quickly. Actually, could we even use... We could just use ULV robot arms, actually, couldn't we? We might need to use filters, though. if we do that... Ah, don't move stuff down yet. Wait till I'm ready. Yeah, if we say supply, like keep exactly... Wait, does that keep exactly that amount in... Zedek, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How's the new pack going, Zedek? Dab, welcome. Going quite well? You enjoying it? What made you go for that pack? Was it just because it was like a more chilled out one? And as always, everybody, if you are not already following Zedek, you are missing out. Right. For those just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva, fellow Zedekian. We are currently playing Monifactory. Just trying to get circuits passived at the moment. And circuit components passived. Decided for a chiller pack. Yeah, I don't blame you. It did seem to be getting a little frustrating at the end of Stoneblock. Hopefully this one is a lot more chilled out, and you guys can both enjoy it. Right. So I want to know if this is going to keep exactly that amount in here, or whether it's going to... I don't know. Or whether it's going to keep exactly that amount in here. I'm assuming it's only going to keep the exact amount in there. Like, most of this stuff is honestly, but what we're doing right now is honestly probably kind of pointless. But I like to see like how much control you can get over things. Oh, hang on, if we turn that off and... Oh, damn, I didn't do it quickly enough. Yeah, I like to see how much control you can have over things. Unfortunately, these take a while to do anything, so... Right. Okay, right, while that's doing that, that's making those bits for us. The stock cards is a little weird, but I kind of get it. It works in a kind of weird way. Hang on, let me see if I can demonstrate. And I don't fully understand this myself, by the way, so... So if we put a card in there, an item card in there, and an item card in there... Set that to... That's the wrong one. Stock mode. Now, if you do it as a counting filter, and then you say, we'll do this with cobblestone. Say you want to keep 8 cobblestone in there. Basically, it pulls from anything on the same channel that's an insert, which makes no sense to me. That will stock 8 into there, but it only works, it only pulls it from cars that have an insert. I don't understand why. I guess this is technically like an extraction card. But yeah, it works quite nicely. We've got it... Oh, I was wondering why I had step assist on then. So yeah, if we take that out of there, that will restock that with 8 each time. It's potentially, I guess, a little easier than a counting filter, but what happens if I put something else in the left chest? Hold on, let me set that up again. I need to get some more item cards, don't I? Right, so we set that to 8. So you mean what happens if we put, say, something else in there and then put that in? It'll still put 8 in there. That's what the counting filter does. It tells it how many... it tells it how many items of that particular type. Yeah, it ignores everything else not in the filter. That's in that chest. Good afternoon, banana. No, it's hopefully that does make sense. I'm not always, as people know, I'm not always the best at explaining stuff. Alright, there we go. Right, let's get back to this. This should hopefully have stopped for me now. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's telling it that we only ever want to put one wafer in there at any given time. Cool, alright. So, if we set the other one on there, and then we say keep exactly, we'll keep exactly, I guess, 2 in each one just to be on the safe side. And that'll push through to there. We shouldn't need emitters or anything like that to turn these off, because they should turn off themselves. That's what you want to use to keep the warehouse stocked. Ah, nice. So yeah, that should work perfectly then. Right, we can turn that back on. And we can change that to keeping 2 in stock. And we can auto output 2 there. There we go. So these should only ever keep 256 of these in stock, plus another couple of stacks in these. So, what, 6 stacks in stock? That's not that bad. That's fine. We can live with that. All right, so that takes care of the chips that we need. We can we can stack on top of this if we need more chips, or we can just set it up elsewhere. Right, let me take a look at this. We are done. How are you finding Sky Factory 5, Banana? Okay, right. So that takes care of the chips we need. What do we need? Do we need anything else in the way of, like, wires? We do need copper foils and we do need copper wires being made. The copper foils are only going to be made for the plastic circuit boards, though. Very fun so far. I really enjoyed the early game of it as well. It was like Sky Factory 4 in that the early game was really fun. It was like, it was different and enjoyable. Next problem to read up on: how to disable data on your normal SIM card when you get to the UK, but allow it for the card you buy. Your phone has room for dual SIM cards. See, I have no idea how that stuff works. When it comes to technology and stuff, like, I really don't know what I'm doing. I haven't got the faintest idea. Not that you are asking for advice, but... right, okay, so SMD components. How do we want to set all this up? Because we need to make SMD resistors, SMD capacitors, SMD transistors. The transistors are going to be a little bit of a pain to do, but then we can do them. These, again... Oh, we're also going to need fine red alloy wire, and we're also going to need inductors. Oh, the inductors... The inductors might be a little bit of a pain for the HV ones for now. 3, how are you doing, man? It's good to see you. Have you finished yet? I've been kind of checking in periodically. And I'm kind of anxious to get to endgame stuff. We're on the last chapter. So you're pretty much going to be finished before the update drops anyway. Tier 10 microminer, very nearly crafted. And we haven't even got to microminers yet. I'm kind of slowing down at the minute to try and passive early circuits. Just so that we can actually make the stuff we need to make without worrying about it. Oh, speaking of which, have I got any more cobaltite to sort out in here? Yes. That is not where that goes. Okay. Right, okay, so SMD components. Actually, we should probably get the copper and the define and the red alloy wire out of the way. Oh, that means we're also going to have to passive red alloy as well, aren't we? And if I remember right, there was something we needed. Yeah, we're in normal mode, yeah. Are you playing normal as well, or did you go for hard or expert mode? I'm pretty sure you were in normal as well, right? You're also normal. I figured as much. Right. I needed to passive Electrum for something. Why did I feel like I needed to passive Electrum for something? Ah, there is it. The yeah. Resistors. All right. So, alloy smelters. Do we want to do these? We may as well do them with MV for now. Ah, oh, so much cupronickel. Oh, we need to get cupronickel passived as well, don't we? Right. Okay, so we're going to have to set up a little area for passiving the alloys as well then. That's fine. Actually, this might be worthwhile making. Since we're going to be making a few of these, it might be worthwhile making an actual recipe for this. Do I have? I do have cupronickel wire being. Okay. Or not passive, request craftable. So if we, so what do we need? We needed red alloy, electrum, and cupronickel. So if we just do 3 of them for now, and then we'll kind of go from there. Go get your normal sim in case some emergency happens at home, but not allow that card to use any data. How is it? I take it it's not like feasible to just remove it until you need it and keep the SIM card elsewhere. Like, I don't know how difficult it is to kind of insert and remove SIM cards from your phone. I have. Oh shit! No, you're right. I haven't got Steel's passive yet either. No, you're right. That is another thing I need to do. We've literally only just moved to, like, for a few streams ago to the new base. I was trying to kind of had the time we had in the packs waiting for the update, and then I realized then they changed what was going on in the update, and then we decided not to bother. So everything's a little bit of a mess at the minute. We're only just getting stuff passived at this point. But I spent about a week or so just building the base, or the base of the base. We've still got a lot more to do with it. But, yeah, steel is another thing we do need to passive. I've just been manually bloody doing that at the minute. Oh, my lord, all the bloody raids today. Matt, welcome. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? Have you finished all the mods 10 now, Matt? But welcome, Smelters. Hello. How you doing? Kind of just exploring some mod channel. See, I wish I'd done that at the end, but after modern industrialization, I got so burnt out on all the mods 10. I just wanted to get it finished. But there were so many mods I wanted to play with, like Theurgy. I wanted to play a little bit more with. Iron Spells and Spellbooks I wanted to do. You refused to do MI. I basically got about 80% of the way through the modern industrialization stuff for the start before they changed it. Yeah, I hate modern industrialization. It's horrible. It's just the overclocking system alone is just enough to make me hate it. Also, not have your Swedish number offline. Oh, okay. So yeah, not so removing it's not really an option then. Actually, can we make a 16 amp? How much do the? I'm assuming we're going to be better off just doing a 16 amp converter, which obviously I don't have requestable yet. And the power. Oh, did you actually go through? Oh, yeah, you went through. You played Neotech, didn't you, Matt? In All the Mods 10, it was a lot easier because all you had to do in All the Mods 10 was just stick a flux point on it, and you could use FE to power it. It made it considerably easier. Although I decided because it was the first time I'd really properly played with it, I wanted to go through. I wanted to go through and play it the way it was intended. So I went through and made a steam, like a steam turbine for every machine, and it was so painful to play through. Eventually, I caved and started using flux points anyway, but it was painful. Wait, where's the 16 amp MV? So we need copper. Wait, so 16. But we need a stack of copper wire, right? But yeah, it made it a little better, but it was still painful. It's like the fact that you have to have one machine for every single item you want to craft, because otherwise you lose the overclocking setup, and it's like there was variable power usage, and it's a mess. It's one of the reasons I wanted to play a GregTech pack afterwards, because it's kind of, this at least works. Like, everything works as it's supposed to, and it works well. Do I still have any rubber in here? No, of course I don't. Why would I? Wait, where even is my rubber anymore? You play this pack at some point? I'm really enjoying it. It's nice. I've been playing Sevtech Ages alongside this. It's kind of jarring going from like 112 to like back to this, and you realize just how many quality of life things they've added over the years. It's so nice now. Anyway, sorry, I apologize. I'm talking your ear off here. If you've got stuff, post-stream stuff you need to do, feel free to go do that and ignore my yammering on. The city's modernist, you normally take over a 2x2 building. Yeah, it's Lost Cities is still in here. Yeah, we've got cities down there. And cities over there. We've got the Lost Cities dimension as well. All of the spawners in the overworld are removed from the Lost Cities thing, but they're not in the Lost Cities dimension. So they are still here. Right, I need to cover that. I need to make more covered cables as well. There's so much stuff that we just kind of haven't got round to sorting out properly yet. Right. Energetic alloy. I'm going to need to make a bunch more energetic alloy cables. Or wires, rather. But yeah, they've changed the progression part quite a bit in this now from when it was Monifactory. Especially the end game. You've not got the creative tank anymore, I don't think. I think that's been removed already. You still got the creative chest, though. Which we are a long-ass way off. No creative tank is interesting. How does it make the end game compared to Monifactory 3? Yeah, I never passived the micro miners in Monifactory, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how we approach that. Just to spam solidifiers. It definitely makes life easier. It's kind of not quite as interesting automation-wise, but like overall, I guess it's just easier. You never did that either. You always did it on demand. Yeah, I did the micro miner missions on demand when I did it last. So tiers 1, 2, 3. I actually don't even know what the micro miners give us in this. Do you have the? Oh yeah, you don't have the stabilized micro miners in this, do you? The hell, damaged enderium. Wait. Oh wait, so do you get the micro miners back again, just in a damaged state? Oh, right. Ah, okay. So what can we actually get from these? Aluminium, ilmenite, and bauxite. Hematite, malachite, and goethite. So basically, that seems pointless. Like, are there byproducts from these that we need? Because isn't that basically just iron and copper? Oh, and you do get the tier 2 microminers, but I'm very confused. Oh, the tier 1 and the 2, you just get the microminer back. Oh, I guess, yeah, because you don't have, you don't have hostile neural networks for Hardened Expert, do you? Ender pearls, shulker shells, enderman heads, and ender pearls. Again, yeah, I guess I imagine that replaces the shulk, well, some things from the shulker data models. Nether quartz, gilded blackstone, block of gold. What the hell can you do with gilded blackstone? Why gilded blackstone? Strange, but okay. And then the stellar creation data, dragon den data. Which ones do we start getting like useful materials from? Wooden stuff. Heart of the universe. Oh, uraninite, plutonium, and rarest metal. Okay. Hadal shards are a pain in your rear at the minute. Wait, hang on. The Hadal shards. Oh. Oh, right, yeah. What are they? Wait, what are they actually used for? Oh, energy cores. Ah. Yeah, stuff I'm nowhere near yet, basically. But we'll get there eventually. I really need to not get too far ahead of myself. Right, okay, let's do these down here. I have made my life slightly more difficult for myself as well, in that I have a need to have all of my laser nodes straight. Doesn't help. Yeah, that's kind of it's what I always do, 3. It's like, it takes a lot longer to set things up as you go, and get the proper infrastructure going, but if it's there, and I like to try and make it so it's easily expandable as well and upgradable as I go, so I try and kind of plan with that in mind. But yes, I'm enjoying things with this so far. It's definitely nice to have a lot of the quality of life stuff here. Well, like I say, I do keep kind of shooting myself in the foot by having to have my lasers at either 90-degree or 45-degree angles. It wastes so many resources. And then disconnect those. But the good thing, I do like the way I've got this set up, though. As much of a pain as it can be, it's easy to just throw down and power new machines. You get heat for it on stream, and then you can say I told you so later when requesting huge, expensive things easily. Yeah, exactly. That's what I find. Like, it takes you longer, and you feel like you're boring people while you're doing it, but then you kind of know that it's going to be worth it in the long run. Like, in the long run, it is going to make your life considerably easier. Right, how do we want to set this up? Normally, I would do, like, one interface for a bunch of things, but I think given that laser nodes are a little bit of a pain, I think what I might do is just have an interface for each one. Run an ME cable up across here, interfaces on the top with robot arms in them. And then we can put emitters underneath to shut them off. That should work. Right, the only thing is there are certain things that we are going to need to get. We haven't got any zinc as such, but we do have a shitload of sphalerite. So, basically, yes. So we should be good for that. And what do we need? 4 of them? Actually, we should probably get some of that smelting. I really need to get the multi-smelter set up. I'm still using the bloody obsidian furnaces at the minute. Oh, we've got 113 in there anyway. Yeah, at the minute, it's weird having to kind of be a little bit careful about what patterns I set up at the moment, because we haven't got easy HV circuits yet. That's kind of what we're hoping to have done by the end of the day, though. Although the gallium for... Oh, no, it's not the gallium that's going to be that much of an issue. It's going to be the nickel, zinc, ferrite. It's going to be a pain. So we might have to semi-passive this for now. Nickel, zinc, and iron. Although that's not going to be too bad. We should have plenty of zinc. Right, okay. I've lost track of what I was doing again now. Oh, right, yeah. Passive, thing. So we're going to need emitters as well. Oh, and that's the other problem we have. We're running out of covered cables again. I'm also very much regretting my choice to use covered cables over just regular glass cables. Because they take so much more time to make. They look so much nicer, though. Wait, do I have... Do I have quartz fiber and fluix dust at the minute? Yes. Well. Not a lot of fluix dust, though. I feel like I was making some more. Oh, no, I was making charged Certus quartz. I can't even... Oh, right, I was making charged Certus quartz so I could make fluix. That's right. All right, we shouldn't need too much more than we've got here anyway. We'll do the we'll sort that out in a minute. I need to passive fluix as well. I also need to actually put a floor underneath this thing as well. That'll probably be a good idea. Right, we need to come up here. I feel like it would be very interesting playing this on, with channels turned on, though. Let's go grab my emitters. Oh, the sooner I can get a wireless terminal, the better. Actually, what is stopping us from getting the wireless terminal? What's the plan for storage here on outputs? Probably the same thing I'm going to be doing with everything once we're able to make storage drives. I've decided, one thing I decided like a few packs ago, I don't like using storage drives. That's right, I don't like using storage drawers. I don't like using kind of drawers at all. So what I tend to do now is basically put everything into partitioned storage drives in my ME system. I find it's a much cleaner way of doing it, and you can easily, depending on how you set it up, you can easily expand your storage, add kind of storage drives to it remotely. It's just a very nice way of doing it. So I'm hoping to work towards being able to do that, and then we'll just store things in there. For right now, they're probably just going to go into a storage drawer until we can do that. But for right now, it should be fine. The one thing I'm concerned about is the steel. We have to do it with... yeah, charcoal dust. We can't just do it with charcoal, which is a pain in the ass. Or coal dust. Wait, we've got coal coming in now, haven't we? So I can actually just passive coal dust as well. Hey, Fruitcake, how's it going? We do have coal coming in now from... yeah. And we've got a shitload of coal dust anyway, so we'll have to passive that soon. But for right now, we'll just still go with coal dust and like output coal dust and iron to it. Speaking of which, I also got to get the filters made, haven't I? We just need item filters. So steel plates, zinc foil. I'm guessing I haven't got zinc foil passived. Well, I keep saying passive, request craftable. Passive is so much easier to say, though. Right, if we're going to need 4 of these... I have a feeling we're going to need a lot of these filters, so this is probably worth setting up. Requester for. Also, I've not really had a proper chance to use them yet, but I have fallen in love with the pattern peer-to-peers. Automated would be a much better way of saying it, yeah. But my brain just kind of starts to say, well, sooner or later, I'm going to end up kind of just combining the two word and call it like passimated. Or how would you even combine passived and requested? Requested? I don't know. I don't even know how you do that. But yeah, peer-to-peers are amazing. Especially, but the pattern peer-to-peers, though, I've never used pattern peer-to-peers before this pack. Like, there's been no other pack with them in. But they are so nice. The fact that you can, and the multi peer-to-peers as well. The fact that you can basically just have a wall of molecular assemblers, and then you can just feed any recipes into them with the multi peer-to-peers. And just utilize all of them is just, it's going to be so nice. Unfortunately, there was something blocking us from these. Oh yeah, the accumulation process, sapphire place, black steel. I mean, we can technically make them now. They're just a pain at the minute. We need a shitload of black steel. And it just wasn't worth worth it since we only had a stack of HV circuits. Speaking of which, how many have we got left? 26. That's actually not too bad. I was expecting less. Right, okay, filters. Right, we need 4 of those. Did I get my robot arms already? Yes. One thing I always find though with this, like, there's always so much to do. It's always trying to balance like what needs to be done and what you want to be doing. Okay, so we'll do, if we have steel on here. Oh. We'll just do that, and that. Also, the fact that we no longer need to have a screwdriver to access the covers is really nice. Okay, so... I can't remember, can we actually set, counts on this from within here? Right, we'll leave that on export for now. Hold us. Might be easier to switch this over to carbon dust later as well. If we can use... Wait, can we even use carbon dust for it? Wait, can we set counts on these? Ah, right, yeah. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, wait, I don't need to drag the right amount in there, do I? How do we actually set this to specific counts for them? Ah, okay, I was left-clicking. That was where I was going wrong. So if we just keep, like, 4 of those in stock, we are going to need these as well, aren't we? Before I forget. Right, if we set these... If we just keep... We'll just... Actually, let's just set it to 2048 for now. And then we want this running... I can never remember which way around I'd like to do this. I like to do it because, like, I don't want it turning... I want it to turn on when there's a redstone signal. Otherwise, when this ME system's booting up, as it gets bigger later, it'll start randomly crafting more than we necessarily want it to. So... If we set it to emit level when levels are below, and then we want this to work when it has a redstone signal. The emitter and invert machine controller is RS on equals machine on. Yeah. All right. And how much steel have we got in the system at the minute? I need a bloody wireless thing. Actually, you know what we have got? Hold on. We have a spare terminal, which we made just for this reason. I give up. All right. How much steel do we have at the minute? 1,308. So... Right. Perfect. All right, and then we just need to output iron and coal dust. Set that to import. There we go. And just to make sure this does turn off when we want it to. Perfect. All right. There we go, steel. Right, let's make sure we have an actual drawer for all this stuff. Because right now we don't. We do have a bunch of drawers here, though. We've only got 4 things that are coming in now. I think that should be enough. I don't like that these are now rubber wood rather than the spruce ones we were using, but I think it's fine. I also wish that we could see the amounts on these, like that it could store without having to have an item in it. We got stuff on each one's pop in. All right, I appreciate it, 3. Good luck with the rest of Moni. Hopefully, I will be able to get in a lurk a little bit more. But take care, man. I appreciate it. Right, right, steel ingots. Steel ingots. Also, one thing I've found with, from playing Sevtech Ages, the last few weeks, both refined storage and applied energistics were so much worse back then. Especially refined storage. Like, one of the things I love about, like, the ME systems now is, like, you can, like, depending on the priorities for insertion and extraction are kind of flipped. So it will insert into the highest priority first, but it will extract from the lowest priority first. In refined storage on in Sevtech Ages, it inserts and extracts from the highest priority, which just makes things very awkward. Right. So steel's not going to be coming in anyway, because we've not set it to output yet, but that's fine. There we go. Right, that will keep going until we've got 2048 steel. Right, okay, and red alloy is another one we need to get sorted out. Do I have any red alloy to put in the drawer at the minute? I do. Perfect. That can go into there. And then we've got to set these 4. And there. We'll just keep enough in there for like, essentially like 4 recipes worth. A redstone. Copper. And red alloy is... There we go. And we'll say 2048 for those as well. Emit when below. And invert that. Okay, cool, right. And then we just need... redstone. Let's just do 16. Doesn't really matter too much what amount we put in there, but... 4 of those. Actually, I really do need to get another 3 numismatic dynamos going. Okay, right, there's the red alloy. What else do we want to do? Electrum and cupronickel, wasn't it? Oh, shit, you know what I haven't done? I haven't put that on there. Whoops. So electrum, cupronickel. We'll both go in there. We'll do electrum first. $1,048. Emit when below. Gold and silver. Where are we? There we go. Perfect. All right. Output to there. Invert that. And this was cupronickel. 2048 of that as well. One thing I like about this as well is that we can easily get in here and change the amount. Oh, actually, we can also... Can we make storage monitors in a minute? Is there anything stopping us making these? Just level emitters, really. Then we can just put storage monitors on here so we can kind of keep track of what's being made in where. And cupronickel is 1-to-1, isn't it? Morpheus, how you doing? Yeah, 1-to-1. Okay, so copper. Nickel. You doing good? Glad to hear it. Oh, wait, did I... Invert that. Alright, and... Nickel. And copper. Alright, I think that's good. Set we need to output. Alright, let's make sure all of these will actually turn off when we want them to. Yep. I don't want to end up having a repeat of what I did the other day in Sevtech Ages, where I basically used up all my diamonds by not realizing that certain things work slightly differently in 112. There we go, right. Perfect. That should be all of that stuff passively crafting. Wonderful. Wait, is the steel actually going up? Oh, wait a minute. Do I already have steel somewhere else? Oh, I do. Shit. Okay, right. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Well, we've got a spare compacting drawer now, I guess. Okay, right. That is all of that sorted out. We need to get fine copper wire, fine red alloy wire. Both passive. So we're going to need a couple more wire mills. What's everybody else up to at the moment, anyway? How is everyone's, what's everybody playing at the moment? I've been kind of very, very sidetracked by Sevtech Ages. But I have been playing Pal World again, though. With them, which has been fun. Alright, wire mills. there anything else I need? I have to put these there and there. What else do we need to passive here? In terms of components. Working on a world carver to add tendrils and spikes to your chaotic nether dimension. Wait, a world carver? Wait, is that in vanilla? That sounds awesome though. Whatever the hell it is. Wait, why is this? Why are you still doing what you're doing? Oh, I know why you're still doing what you're doing, because I'm a moron. Whoops. Well, we've got a whole bunch of extra RAM wafers now. Ah, shit. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, for your mod pack. That's going to be, as long as it's not as chaotic as the Divine Journey 2 Nether. The Divine Journey 2 Nether's horrible. You've added eggplants. I mean, why wouldn't you add eggplants? The eggplant mod is Fabriconian. You wanted eggplants. Are you adding these like through Cube.js, or are you actually writing a mod for it? A bit of both. Oh, we do need fine electron wire. I'm trying to decide like how I want to do this. Whether I want to set it up so we just have the HV assemblers like at the end of a line, and then just kind of processing everything else prior to that. Like, all of these should only need two things. So, like, how do we want to do this? Gallium, how do we make gallium foil? Gallium ingots. Why can't we solidify just straight into gallium foil? That'd just be so much nicer. You're writing an actual mod, but you're also using Cube.js for certain things that are mod pack specific. Cube.js is so nice for stuff like that, though, isn't it? Just like being able to add extra items. Right, we are going to need, I think, four HV assemblers. These are going to be a pain to craft at the minute, aren't they? I don't even know if I'm going to have enough of everything to do this. I have got HV... Wait, did I set up HV robot arms? No, only LV and MV. Can I set up HV robot arms? That's EV. Definitely can't do those yet. No, I haven't done... Wait, why have I not got the... Oh, I think it was because I didn't have the ability to automate. I didn't have Electrum automated. So maybe we should be able to do this now. Right, okay. So HV, if we can at least get HV motors done, I'll be happy. Even if we can't do the whole lot for now. We can do that. And then silver wires, or silver cables rather. Alright, so we're running out of space in our cable one. We need to upgrade the bloody thing soon. You made a crafting table that can take a JEI recipe, allow you to edit it, then spit out Cube.js scripts, including removing the original recipe. Oh, that I can imagine that's incredibly time-saving. Right, can we do pistons as well? We should be able to do pistons, right? Yeah, we just got to do a recipe for more gears, and we should be good. Right, so that should be everything we need just about for the robot arms, right? Right. Except for the HV circuits, but that's not something we can do anything about just yet. Right, if we need to make... Oh, we should probably do the conveyors as well. Actually, let's just see if we can make the entire thing craftable. That'll make life easier. Wait, why does it take the same amount of styrene butadiene? Oh, I guess it makes sense. That does make sense. Alright, so conveyor. Imagine we should be able to do that in there as well. We don't need an HV assembler for this, do we? Nope. Okay, and then if we just do a recipe for the assembler. Wait, hang on, we've got it over there. Everything but the holes should be doable. Okay. Assemblers, we need 4. This is going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? I'm going to have to figure out a way to set this up so that it's, because it's going to be a pain if I have to switch between HV and MV, because I don't want to use HV HV parts for the components that are going into this. I only want to use the HV for the assembler itself. How are we doing power-wise, anyway? Can anybody remember how much we actually make? Or can make? 29k. Yeah, we need to make a few more numismatic dynamos. I think that we're going to have to do that sooner rather than later. We should be able to get at least 3 more of these on. Oh, I really want to get this passive. Oh, automated. I'm still doing it. I can't, for some reason, my brain is just not wanting to differentiate between passive and automated. Alright, working on a configurable table that could handle any type of recipe, not just 3x3, but you found you're spending too much time on it. Would it have helped, though? Like, is it too much time if it's something that's going to allow you to do what you want to be able to do? Let me see if I can say this name. Efege Biberi? I feel like that's just a random kind of concoction of letters there, but still, you gotta try. Welcome, how are you doing? Right, we do need to seem to keep needing certain things. Right, if we're making 3 of these, though, that means we're going to need 6 of these. 3 times 6, 18 gold rods. Which we don't. I don't have gold rods. What the hell? It's a Turkish name? I do apologise then. That was incredibly rude of me to say it's just a random amalgamation of letters. But I apologise. Hopefully I didn't completely butcher it. Either way, welcome. How you doing? Alright. How many more circuits have I got, HV-wise? 10. We're running short on circuits. 99% of those have gone into making blank patterns so far as well. It's not an extruder recipe, but that's fine. Here we go. Okay. Hey, Rock God. How you doing? I said it very well. Hey. I kind of got something right. Right, we need 9 gold rods. Silver rods, rather. And 18 gold rods. You good? I'm glad to hear that, Rock God. Okay, while that's doing its thing, none of these have quite got to where they need to be yet, but that's fine. Okay. Let's see, what else do we need to do? We've still got to make the vibrant bimetal gears. Which means we're going to need 6 iron gears. Which I also don't have a recipe for. Right, this might not be the most exciting thing to be going through, but it's definitely necessary. Getting all this infrastructure set up will make life so much easier later on. Right, what else do we need from here? So, bimetal gear. Okay, so if we're making 6 of these, 24 energetic alloy, 24 vibrant alloy. Ben, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How was the stream, Ben? What were you working on today, man? We're getting all the Raiders today. Holy shit. What were you working on today, Ben? Techopolis 3 rules. I had a few complaints with Techopolis 3. I'm not gonna lie. I did have a few complaints. How's Farmopolis playtesting? How's Farmopolis coming along? What was wrong? The biggest complaint that I had with it was from one of the last updates was the increase in treated wood planks needed for the first tier of Technium. Like, you doubled the amount we needed, but we don't, like, at no point in the pack did it seem like we had any faster way of making creosote to make the treated wood planks. So, like, the only way you could ever scale up production was just spamming more and more and more coke ovens. Which was something I wasn't a huge fan of. Oh, wait, I've missed a step again, haven't I? It's going well. I'm glad to hear that. How long are you looking at till it's kind of available? Oh, we have only just got enough here for this. Oh, we've got a few bimetal gears there anyway. Oh, it's in testing now. Nice. But yeah, that was like my one complaint. Like, if there was a way to make creosote faster later on, it would have been fine. But since that's the first tier and everything builds on that first tier, I need to stop the complaints about. Wait, there were complaints about the creosote oil? Wait, what were they? I'm assuming people getting way too much creosote oil. Ah. I mean, honestly, that's it kind of sounds like a first world problem. Having too much of something is kind of the least problematic thing you can have, I feel. But yeah, I can understand wanting to change it for that, but there's the infinite creosote oil cell later on, but that is much later on though, isn't it? Larvae, how you doing? It did seem a little aggressive. Honestly, that's what stopped me playing the pack, Ben. Like, that one change, it just felt like I've never been a fan of just spamming the same machine over and over and over again in any setups. Honestly, if you can give like an interim, would there be a way you could add like an interim method of getting creosote faster? So something in between the coke ovens and the infinite cells, like something that you could add like a few tiers of technium in, that would allow you to kind of improve that recipe later on. You're so good. Why are you confused, Larvae? I mean, that's pretty much my default state of being these days. Yeah, 6 of those. Can't wrap your head around modular machinery recipes. I take it you mean making them. To be honest, I didn't get past the first tier. Then when I saw that changed, I kind of stopped playing the pack. But at what point do you get? It's just, I think the reason, I think the thing would be just like, if you can see that there is a better way of doing it a little bit further ahead, like say, like somewhere in between the basic technium and whichever tier you get the infinite cell. Like if you could just find somewhere in between there to stick something that would give you a slightly faster way of doing it, just so you can see that there's some improvement in it. Like in some way later on that you can work towards that will allow you to improve it. Because that gives you, as you're looking through the JEI for everything, that gives you a goal to work towards as well. And it gives you that kind of, like, this is what I'm working towards. I can keep my motivation because I know this is coming up. So this might be rough at this point, but I know there's something better coming later on. Like that, I feel kind of helps you to stay motivated. It certainly helps me to stay motivated with things like this. I can't find a mod that would do what you want otherwise. Unfortunately, I can't help with that. I have no idea with modular machinery recipes. What's 5 times 3? 15. Energy generation for the nuclear reactors are being buffed. That's gonna be... That'd be kind of cool. That would definitely be useful. But yeah, like I said, that one thing was the one thing that put me off. But I would probably go back to it at some point if it were changed, if that were kind of changed. I'm also curious to see what Farmopolis is going to be like. Also, did I get a shout out for? Did I do a shout out for Ben? I did. Okay, just got to make sure. It always impresses me that you manage to work on keep working on so many packs at once. I guess that's the thing though. That's why you kind of, you can get feedback like this from people you don't get this feedback unless you kind of put it out there to begin with, so it makes sense. Keeps you same working on things. To be fair, people have said the same thing about me. Like I'm usually playing like 3 or 4 different mod packs at a time. And people wonder how I managed to kind of stay focused on them. It's for kind of a similar thing. Like if I weren't working on so many mod packs and weren't playing so many mod packs, it would drive me nuts. My brain would just be kind of all over the place. Usually 1 to 3 packs, unlike all the mods you have. It's definitely a lot to keep you occupied. Oh, it wouldn't have made a difference, Guitar Lil, like if when I'd found that change, it would have been I would have felt the same way, like whether you told me or if I just discovered it just from playing. So I don't feel bad about it. Right, okay. What do we need? Framed panels. Oh wait, I've just realised something. We don't have shaders turned on. I turned them off because I opened. How have I not even noticed until now that we didn't have shaders on? Holy shit. Yeah, I've had it because I was playing SevTech and Quiet had started playing Monifactory. I had it open so if she had any questions, I was able to like actually answer them. But I didn't want to have shaders running at the same time. Alright, so... Have any dirt in here? I do. Oh, we're going to need to go down there again anyway, aren't we, soon enough? Alright. Keep an eye out for Friday's update then. What pack was I talking about that I stopped playing? Techopolis 3. Alright. I hate these things. I hate these things so much. There we go, that's better. I meant to try, but got distracted. You have been working on your own pack, though, haven't you? So it's kind of understandable. Aside from the issues with getting the modular machinery recipes sorted, how's that going? Now we've got to figure out how we got all of this set up again. So this... Actually already starting to feel like a little bit laggy with the shaders now. Like, not excessively so, but a little bit. Right, so what are we going to need in here? Energy cards and redstone cards. Plus, we're also going to need the vibrant alloy extraction things as well. Oh, fuck, I completely forgot that we also need to do all the components and everything else in here, don't we? Eesh. Quest lines? Fair enough. I've seen a few, like, I hear that all the mods 10 is kind of supposed to be moving away from modular machinery as well. Because it seemed to be a bit of a cause of TPS issues. We should at least have... Oh, I do. I've already got the vibrant alloy things. Nice. And I gotta remember that I can just scroll through these now. Trying to find an alternative to MRR has been rough too. I'll find anything that can do what you want. If chat's... Custom, what is it you're trying to do, Larvae? What is it that you're not able to do in any other way? Why do I have that there? I have no idea why that's there. Okay. I probably broke something somewhere. Okay, and then we've got to connect those. To here. Alright, and what do we need to set these on? Redstone wise, low signal. Yep, so they should turn off. Especially wanting to import X item as a non-consumable catalyst, and then output any item from a list. Okay. All right, there we go. Those are set up. They are only going to be producing another 2,500 each at the moment, though, so we're kind of going to need to get those components sorted out. Wait, what have I even got in there at the minute? I don't actually know what that is. All right, components. What was it that made you make the change to that, Ben? Like, what made you change over to using custom machinery instead? All right, we need to make 3 more of these, don't we? So we need 6 $500 wire. We've got that already. The double Invar plates. Actually, Invar is another thing we could probably do with passiving. Turbo lag. Yeah, that seemed to be a thing in all the mods 10 as well. Like when you used observable to see what had the highest MSPT, all of the modular machinery controllers were just in glowing bright red. Like even when they're idle. Maybe before they didn't, they only had a couple of multi-blocks. Yeah, they were it definitely sounds like a good move, to be honest. I was kind of really excited because I've had some ideas for a mod pack for a while, and one of the things I was kind of waiting on was something like modular machinery to make custom multi-blocks, and I was really happy when it came out, but it actually got released for 121, and then I found out that it was basically a pile of garbage. So yeah, that wasn't great. Yeah, like what it can do is great, but the performance impact it seems to have, I guess, is what makes it not really worthwhile using. Give me my gears. We also need 24 double electron plates. No, 24 electron being turned into double plates. Plus custom machinery does it? And it's a lot less performance intensive. The only thing I found with the custom machinery stuff was it doesn't tend to look as nice as like some of the things that you can get with that you could do with modular machinery. But then again, I've only seen little bits and pieces of custom machinery so far. So I don't really have a huge thing to compare it to. Oh god, please tell me I have cobalt brass. I've only got 8 cobalt brass. Time for more. So, cobalt, brass, and aluminium. We've got a shitload of cobalt now. Brass, we don't have quite so much of, though. Wait, how do we make brass? Copper and zinc, isn't it? Sounds like using all the modular machinery blocks, but not the controllers. I mean, that's right. So you can still make kind of custom multi-blocks from, like, any blocks that you have available, basically, right? Is that the way it works? Okay, so you could build like a nice looking structure for it, and then just have the controller from the custom machinery, and that would work. Ah, okay. So yeah, so that's definitely quite nice to use then. I need to look more into it. Oh, man, I'm not gonna be able to get. If we just do 2 stacks of zinc, I guess. I don't. We seem to keep needing more and more cobalt brass, so I kind of want to make a decent amount of it. So if we use... Right, you know what? Let's do a bunch more as well. I'm going to need to get some more zinc soon anyway. Oh, we've got plenty of sphalerite to use at least. Oh, wait, is it a... It's a 3-to-1, isn't it? For brass, not a 1-to-1. God dang it. It is. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we don't need anywhere near as much zinc. That's good. Alright, so... That's aluminium we needed as well, right? What do I need for a circuit? Circuit 1. Alright. Right, that should make some cobalt brass. While we're doing that, we also need... Which ones do we need? The multi-cycle injectors? Yeah, the multi-cycle injectors. Which means we need 369 of these, so we need 18 small copper gears. I have to go have a great stream. Alright, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Have an awesome rest of your day. Speaking of which, it's actually gone really sunny here. It was looking kind of overcast and wet outside earlier. It looks like it's quite sunny now. Alright, what else do we need for these? Multi-cycle injectors. We need a... What's 4 times 9? 36 wrought iron plates, which we already have. Fantastic. What else did we need? Oh, fuck. Redstone flux coils. God damn it. Alright, so we need, I think, 27 of these. I need to go on a break in a minute as well. God damn it. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully most of these should now have shut off. Almost, at least. Super Nickels still at 1.8k. And steel 2044 should turn off any minute now. There we go. Perfect. All right, so that is definitely working. Where's my wrench gone? There it is. Oops. Wrong thing. Alright, how is... We got cobalt brass. Do we just smelt this for the cobalt brass? We do. Alright, we are making progress. It may not look like it, but we are definitely making progress. Right, 9 of those, and then we just need... those. And we need 6 cobalt brass things. Each one is 4. The 24 cobalt brass. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Turn those into gears. There we go. All right. We're getting somewhere. Slowly, but we're getting somewhere. We just need cobalt brass gears, and then we've got... Actually, I'm going to have to work out how much we're actually making from each of these. Again, because I keep forgetting. Because we've got like power coming in from different places. I keep forgetting exactly how much we've got. Oh, wait, apparently I already had a component in there anyway. While we're waiting on that, let's grab more stainless steel, because we are going to need this when we start getting into the petrochem stuff, which will hopefully be soon. Although we are only going to have a couple of days playing Monifactory this week, since I took Monday, Tuesday off. It's definitely worth it, though. I feel a lot better for having the extra days kind of rest. I really need to get better extruders. Come on. One more. There we go. Right. Okay. Wait. I thought I just made 3 of them. Nope, I'm going nuts. Okay, right, so those will be producing... So we've got 6 of these producing 6,250. As that's 37,500 RF per tick. And then I know we've got another set of steam boilers producing 6,400 over there. Plus another set making 4,800. So 48,700 RF per tick. Or 12,175 EU per tick. About 23 amps of HV power. Give or take. I'm still really happy with this system as well. The our threshold kind of switch there for the power. Works really nicely. Okay, right. Let's get back to what we were doing, which I can't remember what the fucking hell it was. Right, we were making the SMD components, weren't we? So we've got... I need to figure out how I'm going to set these up, because we need to set them up in such a way that we can have... I think we're going to have to make all the components for them separately, and then output them to the assemblers. So if we put the assemblers over here, and then we'll make all the various components in this area here, that will craft pretty much everything. Then the only thing we've got left to passive over here will be the plastic circuit boards. Okay, right. So what have we got to do? What components do we actually need to make for these? So fine electron wire and carbon dust. Carbon dust we'll probably do, like I say, we'll probably do with diamonds and do it that way. I think the carbon dust, though, we're going to passive outside of this. We'll set up a little passive thing over in our on our passive platform over there. Because we're going to need carbon dust elsewhere. Do I like this mod pack so far? I'm loving it so far. I played through Monifactory as well when a few years ago now, and I really enjoyed that. And the update, the update to the newer versions of Minecraft has just made it so much nicer. Right, we are going to need aluminium foil. I guess we're going to have to do it with PVC sheets because we haven't got silicone rubber yet. So PVC sheets. Wait, was I getting polyvinyl chloride sheets or plates? Oh, we were making sheets, but we need to turn them into thin plates. Oh, we can do that with just with a bender though, so that's fine. That's not a problem. Okay, so we need aluminium foil and we need PVC sheets. What else did we need? That was for the capacitor, the transistor. This is the one that's going to be a bit of a pain, because we need fine annealed copper and we need the gallium foil. I don't know how exactly we're going to do the gallium foil. We don't have a steady supply of gallium at the moment, or a renewable supply of gallium. So I guess that's something we're going to have to semi-passive for the time being, as is going to be the same with this as well. If I could get a supply of tantalum as well, that'd be nice. We've got a tiny bit of it, but not much. But yeah, fine cupronickel wire as well, and then also the nickel zinc ferrite rings. Those are going to be the real problem at the moment. There's nickel, zinc, ferrite. We need an EBF to make. And then we need ferrite mixture, which we need nickel, zinc, and iron. We can get all of those things. So I think what we're probably going to want to do is just mass produce a bunch of the ferrite mixture and then just feed it in when we need it. Like, do we need nickel, zinc, ferrite for anything else? Or is it literally just the rings? Styrene, butadiene, rubber, plunger. That's not using a zinc ferrite. Oh no, that was just for the rods. No, but basically, no, we don't need it for anything else. Is the general gist. So let's just get a bunch of that made for now. I'd say that's smelt. Although, actually, let's do that when we get back, because I do need to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours, just to stretch my legs and grab myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. And then we will get on with, hopefully, getting these circuits passived. All right, guys. I will be right back. Thank you. It's coming along. There's still a lot more that's going to be going on here. This is actually going to be a full like building, not just kind of like platforms. I wasn't sure how much height we were going to need. Anyway, I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break though, so you shouldn't miss anything. Although that being said, I am starting to wonder whether it's going to be better to try and do them a small amount of them every hour just to stop pre-roll ads, but we'll see. It's something I might have to discuss with you guys. But I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. It is greatly appreciated. Okay, hang on. Let me fill my holes in before I forget. There we go. That was going to bug me. Okay. We were... What were we doing? We were working on getting all of this stuff passived. So, as far as fine wires go, we also need... So, hang on. Let's move all the fine wires into one place, because we're going to probably end up doing all of these in one place. So, electrum, cupronickel, and annealed copper. We also need fine copper wire. And we also need fine red alloy wire as well. So we need like 5 wire mills basically for this. I've started doing them in the LV. Like how But I'm kind of feeling like we only really need these as... I started doing them in MV, but I kind of feel like we only really need them as LV. Like, we've got 2 MV wire mills in there now, over there at the moment, that we were going to use. I think we can get away with doing these at LV. Given that we get 8 of the fine wires each time. And how many do we need for each one of these circuits? 2. 4 in those. 8 in those. Nah, fuck it. We'll do them as MV. We can always underclock them for the time being anyway. We started making things in MV, so we'll continue. So we need 3 more MV wire mills. Right, let's make a temporary thing for wire mills. I think what I might do is make some like temporary recipes for things that we can kind of repurpose later. We're going to need them eventually anyway, but we don't have a great deal of blank patterns or space for patterns at the moment. Right, we need 3 of those. How much power do these take? Oh, they're only 70 EU per tick for each recipe as well. So 740. Oh, which that does mean though that we're still going to need a 4 amp cable, a 4 amp converter. Dang it. Because they can't quite fit onto... Actually, no. Hold on, are we? Ah, yeah, we can fit around 4.5 of these on a 4 amp converter. Although I guess if for now we could just put a 1 amp MV converter and underclock them all to LV for the time being, and then overclock, then increase that as we need it. Yeah, I think that's the way I'm going to go with it. Just do a 1 amp converter. There we go. Oh, we need an interface as well. And I think I need more item cards too. We got raided by a bunch of people today, then, man. Ziddick being one of them. We also got raided by Matt and Ben as well. That's just iron we need with that, isn't it? How are you doing, though, dead man? How was your, whatever day it is today, Wednesday? How's your Wednesday going? Ah, there's so much to do. If we just take half a stack of those for now, we'll make a few more item cards. I do love Laser IO. Laser IO is definitely one of the best logistics mods. Extremely tired, but it's due to sleep meds. Have they at least been helping you sleep, though? Crap, I need more tin plates. Very much so, that's good. Sleep is a pain in the ass to get. In my experience, at least. You sleep like a rock. I'm jealous, dead man. I sleep like an insomniac. Right, we might have enough there for what we need to do now. Right, we're going to need more downgrades, aren't we? Put another interface. Oh, I never picked up the interface, did I? Whoops. Oh, I haven't got any ME cables up. I'll grab the interface. That'll go there. Grab lasers going up those. Right, we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more drawers. I'm going to need to get some more quartz soon as well. And more chesticles. 5 of those. And we needed concrete. And we were using quartz. Probably shouldn't be using quartz for this, honestly, but it's fine. Right, and we need... What's the use of the downgrades in sophisticated backpacks? I guess if you only want to store, like, 2 items in there, you'd put like a tier 3 downgrade in them. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I can see why that would work. And again, we'll just do a stack in each for now. Ta-da. Right, okay, so we need... covered cable. Not that colored covered cable, though. Please tell me I have enough red covered cable. Perfect. Okay, so what do we need to output here? Actually, let's go over here. What do we need to be able to see in here? Electrum. Oh, but I had to turn on the rendering thing for this again that makes this dark. It's annoying, but there were certain things that just it made certain things invisible in certain situations. Oh, we also need to automate annealed copper as well. Good time zone pad. How you doing? Copper ingots and then red alloy ingots. Okay. I don't know why I didn't put those onto my bookmark bar. I could really do with them. So, Electrum, Cupronickel, annealed copper, copper ingots. I doing good. How about me? I'm pretty good. I'm not too bad at all today. A little bit on the warm side, but there are definitely worse problems to have. Right, where's the red alloy ingots? There we go. Okay. I need this to be... what was the other color I used over here? 255, 128. I like to keep my networks differentiated. There we go, right. And then it doesn't really matter which order we put these in, but since we are... I've done it again, haven't I? I forgot to pick up the frickin' things. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. Right, downgrades in there. So if we grab electrum, cupronickel, annealed copper, copper, and red alloy. Right, so in here, we're going to do this with counting filters again, just because we don't want to output any more than we have to these. So if we always keep, say, 8 in each of these. So that's the electrum. Cupronickel. Annealed copper. Regular copper. Don't let me forget to sort out the annealed copper, by the way. Red alloy. There we go. Now, the downside is... I think we are going to have to speed that up slightly. Okay, those are all in there. That actually needs to go one further down. Do it there. We need a laser node there. And connect all. That's not in line. I'll tell you what, laser nodes are so nice for this as well. Like, you can easily have, like, your ME cables on one level and then the laser nodes below, and because they're obviously connect wirelessly, you don't have to worry about kind of like snaking power cables around anywhere. You can just connect them up wirelessly, and it's so nice. I don't know if you guys can tell or not, I'm a bit of a fan of laser IO. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. All right, so everything is now hooked up. Or at least it is now. Right, what circuit do we need for each of these? 3. Wait, it is 3, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, we can do it this way, can't we? Make it a little easier. Ta-da! All right, there we go. And then we just push out to the sides. We are obviously going to need another controller here to be able to see all these things. There we go. Okay. So that's all the fine copper, all the fine wires sorted. We've got 3 lots of foils to do. Or sheets. Okay. So, how do we want to do this? Aluminium foil we can just put in there, put into a bender. Same with the PVC, because we've got the PVC sheets. The gallium is a little different. The gallium, we're going to have to basically get the gallium, melt it from the dust, solidify it into plates or sheets. I don't think it really matters which. Actually, plates or ingots. I think ingots is actually going to be better because just overall less EU used. And then we can then bend that into... Wait, do we... Oh, we can go straight to the foils. Okay, so we need an extractor, a solidifier, and 3 benders. These, there is no point in using anything but LV for them. Like, they're relatively quick anyway, so I think that would be fine. So the gallium foil, we only need like 1 every 8 seconds or so. But that's fine. So we'll do all of this in LV, assuming we can melt the gallium at LV. Which we can by the looks of it. Okay, cool. Right, so but we are going to have this, so we will manually put the gallium in for the time being, rather than passively do it. Since we don't have a passive supply of gallium yet. Speaking of which, I do need to get more gallium, because we do not have a ton of it. Kaz, how are you doing? Bauxite. Actually, bauxite, the micro miner with the bauxite would actually be quite good for getting gallium, I guess. How are you doing, Kaz? It's just sphalerite, isn't it? I don't know whether I want to I don't think it's worth electrolyzing the sphalerite dust for only a 5% chance at gallium. Oh god, who let Quest in? Homework on PN0 next of login issues. Wait, what's happened, Kaz? Somebody hasn't tried to steal your account, have they? Is this logging into Curse? I'm assuming. Ban this Kaz person. We're gonna have to go out and get more sphalerite, aren't we? I don't think we've got any more in here. Yep. We do not have any more sphalerite in there. We've got deep slate dust, though, randomly. Well, that's doing in there. Logging into the Minecraft launcher. Oh, shit, that's not good. Treble, how are you doing? That's not good at all. Oh, wait, it's not just the authentication server's gone down, is it, Kaz? Oh, so it's the authentication servers have gone down. Okay, so basically you don't close the pack down at this point, then is probably a good plan. Okay. Hopefully it comes back up again soon. I don't want to go out and get any more sphalerites. Don't make me go and mine stuff. I haven't even got any more in here. I do need to make some more stack upgrades, actually, though. For the chest. Right. Energetic alloy. Right, if we're just making the tier 1 stack upgrades, we're going to make 2 of them. We need 4, 8, 16. Yes, I am in a single player world. Welcome, by the way. How you doing? We need, what, 5, 6, 12? Right. And we're going to have to go out and mine some more sphalerites. I think we'll do that a little later on, I think. But we do need to get some stack upgrades in there, and we do need some sphalerite. Because we need more gallium. Fortune does not work on the Greg Tech ores, unfortunately. Which is a shame. We do have Fortune, I believe. Yeah, we've got Fortune 3 on our drill. It unfortunately does nothing. No, it's not a private server. It is just a single-player world. I used to do a lot of my stuff on private servers, but I unfortunately had to stop doing that. Oh my god, these gears take forever. This is not Fortunes. Oh no, I've got at least 2 of those. Right, we'll get 1 more of those in there in a second. Okay, right, what else are we gonna do? We said we needed 3 benders. We were gonna do these in LV though. So we're gonna need 6 pistons, 6 motors. I am starting to see the potential benefits of passively crafting a lot of this stuff. I think once we get a little further in, and we have even better access to materials and the abilities to set all this stuff up easily, we will start passiving some of the, at least the very least, the motors for each tier. But no, going back to the Fortune thing, Fortune doesn't work on the ores, but you do get a lot of ores in the ore veins with Greg Tech. So you can generally find a decent amount when you need it. Oh, we still haven't got around to setting up like better ore processing yet either, have we? There we go, that's a little better. Okay, right. So what are we doing? What was I doing? Chat, what was I doing? Oh, I was making benders, wasn't I? We need... we're going to need a few more these, so let's just make a few extra holes. We're also going to need a bunch of tin cable. And we're also going to need a bunch of steel plates. What else do we need? We need the benders. The 3 benders, we also needed a solidifier and a extractor. Actually, the extractor... Wait, have I not set up the electric pumps as a recipe yet? Oh, we haven't got tin screws either. So much to do, so little time. Yeah, we ran out of space in the lathe now as well. Alright, so we need one solidifier. The extractor, we have got an extractor over here that's we don't really use anymore because we have the MV one now that we can use for just random stuff. So we've got the extractor. Oh, wait, how many of those did I make? Oh, I only made 2, didn't I, for... Oh, wait, that's the solidifier anyway. That's not what we need. Well, we do, but... That's what I want. And... Oh, I used the motors for the things, didn't I? Right, you know what? Let's just make another stack of motors. Okay. Nearly there. Sort of. Ish. How are we doing for... Chlorine? We're not gaining a lot of chlorine anymore. But we are up to 1,800 buckets of sodium persulfate. I'm a little concerned about our salt water setup and the fact that we're going to have to move it soon. In fact, we're going to have to move in now. I think we've depleted the salt water thing from... I don't even know where we set it up now. Which was it? Which side was it? Oh, no, it's still got like 19% in there. It's just 15 millibuckets per second. Not doing overly well. But it was, it is passive, so. And we also need to put more silicon balls through. Oh, actually, speaking of which, we should have a bunch of wafers in there. There is so much to keep track of with this. All right, there we go. There is the benders. Oh, converter as well. How much power is this lot going to take? Let's do the foils. 24 EU per tick each. 24 EU per tick for that. 24 EU per tick for that. That's what? 60, 72? And then for this, we also need to do the solidifier, which is another 7, so that's 79. And then the extractor, which is another 30, so 109. So we should be all right with a 4 amp LV converter, which we have. We have a few 4 amp conductive iron wires. Okay, so how are these doing? These are all as far as they need to go. We will put another stack upgrade in each of those so we can get like 4 stacks of each of them stored, but that'll do for now. If we set these up like here, have those 3 like that. This is going to be awkward, isn't it? We're going to need the solidifier and the extractor. It's just going to look awful, isn't it, like this? Okay, how about if we put extractor there, solidifier there? Because we're still gonna, for the time being, have to have... I guess we could just do it in a tower, but... This is the hardest bit about GregTech, you know, is figuring out how you can set things up nicely. This is the most difficult thing about GregTech. So we're going to need to be able to import into there, import into there. And actually, for the time being, it's not going to matter too much, because for right now, we're just going to be manually inputting the gallium into here to turn into the foils. So if we just have it like that, and then we'll put a chest or something on the top, or just below, and then feed from there, then it'll feed from there into there, and then, yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Get down here again. Okay, so that and that. Can I put the prospector? Oh, I can put the prospector in here. Oh, that's perfect. I actually didn't realize I could do that. Nice. Right. Laser node. Please tell me I have enough. I'm not going to have enough red covered cables, am I? Oh, actually, I am. Just. We have the perfect number. Until we need more of them, of course. Which we will do very soon. Let's get that hooked up to there. That hooked up to there. Give that some power. And then hook all of this up. Ta-da! Everything has power. All right. We need another interface. Do I still have my terminal? How am I doing for polyvinyl chloride at this point? Oh, we are up to the 2048 sheets we said to hold. Does that mean we are backing up on ethylene now? We are a little bit. By the way, I'm probably going to have to do my polyethylene and PVC setups in the not too distant future. I'm not happy with how I set them up. Right, where would the... So close. All right, let's just keep these two open so we can see in there for the time being. Actually, can we make we can make framed trapdoors, right? We can make framed trapdoors. That's a large button. Pressure plate, trapdoor. There we go. If we want to get access to this to kind of be able to change what we can view in here, we only need one of them, don't we? We set that up and put the frame trapdoor there. Then if we need to change, like add anything into here that we need to be able to see. So for example, we are going to need to be able to see aluminium ingots on this subnetwork. We're going to need to be able to see polyvinyl chloride sheets. And that should be it for the rest of that. Oh, we are going to need to be able to see carbon dust, but we need to get that passively crafting anyway. And we also need to see polyethylene. Or polyethylene. Hang on, is there? Right, I'm going to have to change that rendering thing off again. There we go. Okay. We need to connect these up. Change the color. Oh, we need 3 more drawers as well, don't we? And 3 more downgrades. Draw, 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 draw. Where are we? There we are. And of course I ran out of chests. And I haven't got a recipe for it yet. Right, let's make sure we have a bunch of those planks available if we need them. Then we need concrete and quartz again. And then we need more downgrades. And we need more drawers, apparently, as well. Alright, so a couple more downgrades. There we go. I just used one of my drawers, didn't I? One of my framed ones. Oops. Have I not brought the concrete over from the old base? Let me go and grab that before I forget. Since this is not actually going to be doing anything because nothing should have any power. And we'll grab that and that as well. I can't remember if I actually linked all those drawers or not. Or just unlinked them. Okay, there we go, right. Now we should have plenty of concrete in there. Yeah, 131k. That'll do. We are going to need a lot of that when we carry on building the base. Right, okay, so we need draw, draw, and draw. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. We really need covers for laser nodes. I love the mod, but that lack of covers is painful. Right, we need more item cards. Okay, and right, so if we do... for the foils, it's 10, right? Or ingots of foil, at least. If we do aluminium on the bottom. And then it'll be PVC sheets. We need to be very careful with the PVC sheets because we need those for the actual circuit boards as well. Okay, so that will work for those. So we just need to output PVC sheets and aluminium ingots. Uh-huh. Alright, so that needs to be on circuit 10. And we push that out to the side. And then the PVC sheets needs to be on circuit 1. Turn them into foils. That will go over there. And then the gallium, we are going to need an ingot mold for the gallium. Do I happen to have one? I do not. Do I have one over here? I do not. Okay. Right, ingot molds. Casting. There we go. What's going to look the nicest in terms of kind of like visually for pushing stuff into there? Crates might be the way to go. Is it crate? The crates? Like a steel crate might be the nicest thing we can find here. At least for now. Or at least the most fitting thing. Alright. And I think these can auto push out as well. I might be wrong, but I think they can. Without needing a conveyor or anything. Could be wrong. Make a philosophical storage unit. Socrates. That just reminds me of... we definitely don't need anything this big, by the way. Oh, no, you can't do it with these. Fuck. I thought you could. Yeah, that just reminds me of Bill and Ted. Where they didn't know how to pronounce Socrates. So they just kept calling him Socrates. And now also in Palworld, M keeps calling what I'm assuming are supposed to be called Hoocrates. Keeps calling them Hoocrates. I have fucked up. I have fucked up massively. Oops. Whoops. I didn't put my stack upgrades in first. Now we may or may not have a shitload of extra aluminium foil and other stuff. Can I melt these back down and just... Ah, it's so dumb. That was daft. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Little annoying, but it's fine. Oh, right, okay. What am I going to do with the rest of these then? My concern is the PVC sheets. I'm not bothered about the... Oh, we've still got 2,000 odd of those. That's actually not terrible. That's not awful. That's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought we'd have just torn through like most of our PVC sheets at that point, but we really haven't. We have still made way more than we need though. So I'm going to make a stack upgrade. No, not a stack upgrade. A storage upgrade. I need to make a few of those. We're seriously running out of lead as well. I need to sort that out. And we need... Oh, we're up. We only need a little bit. 4 more lead. Yeah, we are rapidly running out of lead here. Wow. That is slow. What the hell am I going to do with all these thin polyvinyl chloride sheets? We're only going to be storing like 4 stacks of them. So if we... And there's be a stack in there already. It's the same with those. I think I do want to melt all this down again and just turn it back into sheets. Oh, at least it's going to be nice and quick. Holy shit. Okay, it's probably going to be quicker just to do this, isn't it? Yeah, we'll melt all this down again and just turn it back into PVC sheets. What can we store in there? 12 buckets. We should be fine. The aluminium foil. Are we going to use that? Do we need that for anything else? No, we literally don't need that for anything else. Okay. Right. Do we have the ability to put this into the solidifier over here? No. It's already filled with 12 buckets of it. Okay, so we're going to need another plate mold. And probably another ingot mold, actually, if we're going to do the aluminium. Right, where was the plate mold? Come on, where is it? Ah, plate. There we go. It'll take a minute or two to go through that, but that's fine. Alright. While we are fixing my mistake, can we now make our upgrade? Yes, we can. Perfect. Okay, right. So we can at least store... Hang on, these are turned off at the moment, right? Yes, okay. So we can at least store 4 stacks in each of those. Okay, perfect. Right, now we can turn these back on again. That will store another stack in there. Turn that back on again. I'll just dump that in there for now. And we'll fix it later. Right, how are we doing for the PVC sheets? There we go, right. Dagon, thank you for the hydrates. How you doing? Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's put that back in there for now. Okay, what else do we need? Oh, we need a conveyor, don't we? Just How long does it take to melt the gallium? Are we going to be fine with just a ULV one? Uh, 3.5 seconds. 1 every 3. Okay, yeah, so we're fine with the ULV one. That'll work. Just getting ready for your day. What have you got planned for the day? All right, we'll use that on... We'll put that on there. It'll save us having to remove the thing later. Oh, except on here, we do need the screwdriver, don't we? Fuck. Is there an electric version of the screwdriver? Probably. I just haven't got one. All right, we need... Export is fine. Can we help out food? Handing out food boxes you're building. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Always nice to hear that there are people kind of willing to help out these days. Always a nice thing to know. Right, okay, so what do we need now? Gallium. If we just take a stack of the gallium from here for now. What circuit are we going to need for this? 10. We're doing it in ingot form, aren't we? Have that in there. There we go with that. We'll melt that. We'll output it to there. Output it to there. Output it to there. And there we go. We have gallium foil. Right. What is next? That is all of those done. Oh, except the ferrites. The nickel ferrite rings. Right, we've got to get carbon dust. Carbon dust and annealed copper need to be passive now as well. So we're going to do that with diamond dust, I think. We should have more than enough diamond production to keep up with this. We've got like 27,000 diamonds at the minute. Pretty sure that will be more than enough. Every week you hand out 30 boxes of food to the people in the building. That's really cool. So do you help out with this every week? Like, is it the same people that do this every week, or do you kind of take it in turns to help out? Either way, that's really nice. What kind of things go into these boxes? I'm assuming just kind of like staple foods. They're just they kind of help people out that aren't necessarily able to get to these things easily themselves. But yeah, that's really nice. Right, diamond dust is what we're actually trying to find here. I'm getting sidetracked again. Fresh and frozen, some staple foods. Nice. Well, I applaud your your efforts. I'm assuming we can get this from just macerating diamonds. Yeah, okay, so it'll take 0.6 seconds to macerate. How does it only take 0.6 seconds to macerate a diamond? I thought diamonds were supposed to be kind of hard. And then 38.4 seconds to electrolyze it. Oh, on the plus side, though, we can do this on a 1 amp LV thing. All right, you know what, we'll just take the macerator. We've got a macerator over here. We'll steal that macerator. That's not being used for anything anymore. And we should have an electrolyzer as well, actually, I think. Yeah. Pretty sure that's not being used for anything now either. Perfect. And then we got a 1 amp converter that we can steal as well. Some basic conductive iron wires. We are going to need another robot arm of some description. Can we find the ULV robot arms? Oh, I'm almost tempted to just try and find a ULV robot arm. Just go and fly around the lost cities for a little bit and see if we get lucky and find one. I kind of want to get out of the base for a bit. Right, that's not somewhere we want to set this up. Let's set this up. I guess we can actually just set this up in the middle, can't we? There isn't really a middle. I guess these 2 blocks. Actually, that works out quite nicely for little things like this. Alright, so if we've got an electrolyzer and then a macerator on top, and bring the power up from there. Have a church that brings it to use from a food bank. Ooh, is this going to be awkward? No, actually that'll work out quite nicely because we are fine with 45-degree angles. So that works out. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Hopefully that didn't break anything. Alright, we have power. And then we'll choose an interface on there when we can grab one. Let's just make an LV robot arm. I basically just want to use this just so we don't end up wasting anything. Or just putting too much in here than we actually need. We just need a filter as well. I really hope we can get to this multi-smelter today. Well, that being said, I don't really know how much we're going to need it. But that should... yeah, that'll work on there. Ooh. How do we want to do this? Because we want this to turn off when we have a certain amount. But I would like to be able to easily configure that certain amount. We can't really do that. Easily. Royal Ronin, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. How you doing? Alright, what do we need? We need an emitter. And we need cable anchors. I also need to make more fluics today. Actually, we need passive fluics as well. So much to do. There's so much to do. So little time. Alright. So, let's... don't, strictly speaking, need that there, but I would prefer to separate this out. Set that on there. We'll look for carbon dust. Miss Archie, you've been here now? 2022. Hang on, let me have a look back. (2025) 2023? 0706 2023? That's good to see you again. How you been? Hopefully life has been treating you well. If we just keep 1024 of these, how many stacks is that? That's what, 8? 16 stacks? That'll work. Admit when levels are below that. It has been a little while. Life gets in the way though, doesn't it? It happens. You're off to Chess of Great today. You too, Dagon. Good luck with the day. And everything that it entails. Okay, right. That should be fine. That will shut that off at... when we have 1024. We should probably actually get a drawer set up for the carbon dust. We have got a drawer available there. Okay, so we also need lasers. I'm going to start running out of laser nodes soon as well. We should be in a position now to make them request craftable though. That should be fine. That is only going to need to extract from there. That needs to insert. This is going to need to insert. We're going to need to do this a similar way to how we did it before. We're going to insert on there. Similar way to how we did the wafers. So we don't want to be end up feeding too much into here. So if we just keep like 2 diamonds in there at any given time, set that on channel 1, only when there is a low signal. And then we use a sensor to see when there is more than, say, 4 diamond dust in there. Emit a redstone signal when there is 4 in there. We then need to use robot arm on there. Filter that, so keep exactly... say 4 diamond dust in there. That way we should never, like, end up with just, like, shitloads of diamonds in here that could be used elsewhere. Alright, and then we should just need to do that. Change the color, because aesthetics are important. And then wonder what I've done wrong here. What have I done wrong here? Oh. You can usually extract things a lot better when you actually start extracting them. Dumbass. Quiet, how are you doing? Yeah, go. That works. Although I might change that to a little lower just because we are getting slightly more in there than I wanted to. And this should turn into... Actually, we can set this to only have one in there at any given time. And it should be fine. Fucking beat. The day's over now, at least, though, right? You are at least free for the day, right? There we go. Now we're getting some carbon dust in. Perfect. How did you get on with Monifactory, Quiet? Did you manage to get through the first few hours of it without rage quitting? That is the question. Right, annealed copper. I think we're going to do this with... Oh, bugger off. I think we're going to do this with the same place we got all the other alloys and stuff. We may as well just do it in that same general area. Oh, except it's going to be a little bit more awkward to do, isn't it? Because we can only put... There's no covers that can transfer both fluids and items, are there? Shit. Hey, I'm always awkward, V. You absolutely should be used to that by now. Your anxiety brain kicked in? That's fair. Actually, that's a point. I didn't even ask when the interview was, Quiet. How rude of me. I do apologize. How are we going to do the fucking arc furnace? How are we going to do this with the arc furnace? Because we can't output... We need to input... I guess the only way I can do it is to leave a space and then use an exporter on it. Well, I wanted to have it set up the same way as we have these, because we've started setting it like passiving various alloys. And I wanted to have it set up in a similar way, where we just have the interface on the top, but we can't do it. How are these set up? Basically, we've just got it with the interfaces are outputting the items needed, and then we've got a robot arm on these to only put in a certain amount at any given time, and then we have a machine control cover to turn them off along with an emitter when we have enough of them. What's on the back? Just 16 amp cables. Because the idea is that we're going to have all the alloys along here, so we may as well make sure we've got enough energy going through it for it to work. So the only way we could do it, if we wanted to set it up here, the only way we could do it would be to have a space and then an exporter exporting oxygen into it. But it's just going to look awful if we... It's not going to look awful, but it's not going to look as nice as I would like it. Monifactory scratched the different itch. That's good. Do you think you'll be continuing with it, or do you think you're kind of done? It would just be so nice if there was just a cover that could transfer both items and fluids. Why are you a pain? Why? You'd like to, although you already know you have some issues because you think you're approaching it too casually? How do you mean too casually? I guess the only other way would be to just have another, like, have a space and then have another interface there next to it, but that just feels... Oh, you know what? It's going to be fine. We'll just use an exporter. We'll do it like that. Put that next to there. Have an exporter on there. Then we can just cover that if we need to. I still need to get, actually, all the storage monitors underneath here. Oh, yeah, that's the other issue with this, is that we now have to bring that up there to actually connect everything back up again. So we can have the interface on top of there. Oh, they have auto outputs. The output's fine, it's the input. They need to have, for making annealed copper, we need to be able to obviously input the copper, but we also need to input oxygen as well. Thankfully, we have an export bus already. But yeah, we also need to output the oxygen as well, and while we can put both of them into the interface, we can't, it will not auto pull in. It needs to have a cover of some description to be able to pull into it. And you can either do fluids or you can do items. You can't do both. Which is a little bit of a pain, but... The only real issue with it is from an aesthetic standpoint. No, channels are disabled, so it's not an issue with channels or anything like that either. There we go. Right, we need to output... Actually, let's get the... We need another robot arm, don't we? Thankfully, at least we can cover the cables if we want to. Right, I guess for now we can put the annealed copper in there. We're getting... I've got to be honest, we're getting way too many drawers now for my liking. I don't think there's any kind of elegant way of doing it, Reese. That's the problem. Like, no matter what, we're going to have this gap here. Which, now that I'm thinking about this, I think I want to put the gap the other side. No, but there's still not an elegant way of doing it, Reese. We could use a laser nose, but then we've got to put 2 laser nodes there, and laser nodes are a pain to cover. But this does actually work out quite nicely in that if we move this over, why do I need to? Because then I want to continue this pattern of machines, interface on top and alloys and the actual processing machine below, and then the hold up. Have I screwed this up? Hold on. I have screwed this up. Hold on. Oh, should have been inverted. There we go. Yeah, I wanted to keep this, After you found it helps your understanding of GT. Okay, well, so basically, it's more the reason I'm doing it this way, like, is more of an aesthetic reason. I want to keep this same pattern here. We could easily have the interface 1 block higher, but then you've also got to connect this interface up to that one with a cable, and then you put a laser node there, and then use the laser node to input and output. But the reason this works out quite nicely is that this block here will be the center of the room, of this room. So there will be 7 blocks between there and there. So basically what we could do, we can cover this over and we could put like a little pillar in there to cover over the whole thing. And it won't get in the way of anything. So it does work out quite nicely. So we could basically just say you'd have like a kind of a pillar at the start there, and then the center of the room would be there. We wouldn't have a pillar there, I don't think, because that would be... I've made this really fucking awkward. I didn't even realize I'd done that. Okay, we'd have to move things around. I didn't even realize I'd done that. We've not left like a way into here. What I'm gonna have to do is put a staircase in here. I think should still fit. But yeah, then we've got that, and then we can do like another 5 machines down here if we wanted to. I'm a little annoyed about that though. I didn't even think about the fact that we have not got a way in here. Normally on these rooms we've got stuff in like the centers of it, or I've left a little bit of space. No, not at all. Not at all, Reese. You're all good. You're all good. Right, okay. That should be fine, though. I need my robot arm. I need a filter. Did I start those crafting? I can't remember. I think I did. Yeah, we've got the robot arm. Filter. The robot arm filter. We need another emitter. Sweet. To maintain the aesthetics, I was thinking the interface would be on the far left, and all the others are replaced by laser nodes. Yeah, we did think about that, but I've done that in the past, but the problem you start running into is you either need to drastically overclock the laser node, because like the more machines you have on, the more machines it needs to feed, the more chances it has of not being able to feed things quickly enough, if that makes sense. Plus, the other good thing with this is we can easily have another... If we have it this way, we can also add like another row of alloy smelters or machines along the top of here. And then just output to the same interface, and then use... then just bring the power cable up to those. It just means we can have like 2 machines off the same interface. So it just works out a little nicer for the way I wanted it. I didn't pick up my filter, did I? I did not. Okay, right. So, has the carbon shut off yet? It has. Beautiful. Alright, and we need a robot arm. Also that. Keep exactly. For copper. So that's an import. Did I put the cover on for this yet? No. Okay, cool. Right, and we need that to be inverted. And that's... again, we'll keep 2048 of these for now. You love the brightness of the EBF cores with the shader pack. It is nice. I feel like it used to be nicer in Monifactory, though. There were a lot of emissive blocks in Monifactory that work really well with shaders. And even without shaders, actually. Alright, so if we just put copper ingots into there... Does help if we add power. Custom machinery is useful. Is it doing what you want it to do then? And Bennett. welcome.
Yeah, another month of this awesome guy.
Bennett, thank you so much for the resub. 6 months. That's a long ass time. That's half a year. Holy shit. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How you doing, Bennett? And the usual question, what is your IGN so we can put you on the wall? Because my memory does indeed fail me again. Bennett JD. Alright. Do you have a Steve skin, or am I mistyping? Oh, wait, no. The authentication servers are down at the minute, aren't they? Or they were. So that might also be messing with the ability to get the skins. Hold on, let me test something here. Oh no, it's not. It's still doing. Should be Alex. It's coming up with Steve. It's giving us Steve. But it looks like it is picking the things up. Have I misspelled that somehow? Have I managed to screw that up? Or maybe it doesn't have an Alex model. Oh god. Maybe it doesn't have the Alex model. For some reason. I don't know. Fine with you being Steve? Okay. So long as you are all good with it. But there you go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I can spell, I promise. You are now Ebnet. I do apologize. Can show up on name MC. I'm assuming that's a thing that you can get like view people's skins and stuff on. Right, let's make sure this turns off. So if we, yeah, that's perfect. All right. Hopefully this will not give us too many issues with oxygen usage. We have still got 23,000 buckets of oxygen and randomly a cell of oxygen. I use it when friends ask about yours. Okay. Okay, I think we are good. We've still got to make... Let's make the nickel zinc... Let's start making some of the nickel zinc ferrite. For now. Oh, we're going to need oxygen input for to make this, aren't we? Ali, how are you doing? How is the new job going? Iron, zinc, and nickel. Alright, so sphalerite. Let's just cook a bunch of sphalerites. Oh, you don't start till during the same. Oh, okay. That's where your username shows up on there, though? Wait, have your RPMs on your crate now? 228. What a miss. Any faster blows out the charger gear. Large gear. Nice. Time to... Can you... I'm assuming you can't add... Like, what are you using for... generating stress units? A lot of good things happen on June the 7th. Wait, what else is happening on June the 7th? Oh, Zidicon, is Zidicon on June the 7th? What can I not remember? I have no idea. Possibly. Alright, nickel, zinc, ferrites. So many zinc dust, nickel dust, and 4 lots of iron dust. So if we do... Let's just do, like, 4 like a stack's worth of this, basically. That should give us 6 stacks of ferrite mixture. We might not be able to do all of this straight away, but we need nickel as well. And a stack of zinc. And then this all needs to be macerated. I get to binge some Supernatural with some friends on the 7th. I've not watched Supernatural in a while, actually. Awesome show, though. Windmill, and so each sale adds on stress units, I think. Yeah, like 7k stress units using a single windmill. Yeah, you can. I think you can get up to 8,192 with 128 sales, unless they've changed it in the pack. Season 5, so you should be there in time to catch your favourite character's intro. Wait, who's your favourite character? I'm trying to think who came in around that time. I can't even remember. Oh, right. Yeah, I vaguely remember. I remember the scene with them in like a pizza parlor with Death and Dean. That's our anniversary. I'm so sorry, Quiet. I've got a terrible memory. Please forgive me. Yeah, that scene is... I do remember that scene. I still like Garth, though. Is it Garth? The person who played DJ Qualls. Most guys you know are terrible with dates. Especially when it comes to level up days. I barely even remember my own. I try not to remember my own, to be honest. God's awesome. Also, oh shit. The person with the one with the season with the Leviathans, the girl who comes into it in that is kind of like plays bit parts every now and then. She used to work at the same place as the thing. There was a whole episode with her in like a Ren Fair thing. No, not the witch. She's not a like supernatural person of any kind. She's just kind of a bit of a nerd. Oh fuck! What was her name? No, not blonde. She wasn't blonde. Hold on, I've got to find out now. Hold on. It might be Charlie. That does ring a bell. I'm very bad with names, though. Oh, Crowley's always fun as well. I want to make sure I'm thinking of the right person. Yes. That's the one. I love her character as well. Crowley's awesome. Should we start making the platinum line? We've got no need to make the plat line yet. We're not quite at the plat line just yet. Charlie's your favourite character? She was so well written as well. Alright. Circuit 2. I've set up ore washing. We've got basic ore washing. We've not got around to, like, one of the things that we're in the process of starting to work on is a better ore processing setup. We haven't quite got there yet. I'm focusing more right now on passiving circuits, because those are slightly more important than ore washing at the minute. We can think of when you say Charlie's from Always Sunny. I don't think I've ever seen that. I keep seeing it like mentioned, and I've seen it on streaming services, but it's never really kind of caught my eye enough to to kind of go out of my way to watch it. Life, how you doing? Right, the annoying thing now is that we have to use oxygen to process this. Which I think I did actually put... Oh, I put one input hatch. Oh, actually, you know what? Ooh. Hold on. How much more have we got to go through on these? We might turn... Let's take these out for now. When these are done, we'll move the input hatch from there up to there, and then we should be able to just manually put in a bunch of oxygen for now, just to get this nickel zinc ferrite mixture going. Have you played this pack? Oh, alright. When you say assembly, are we talking about the actual assembly line multi-block? Because that is a long way down the line from where we are right now. Have you actually played this? Because the assembly lines... where the fuck is the assembly line? The assembly line is an IV. We can't get to the assembly line until we get to IV. You realize there's a progression structure, right? You can't just say, oh, I want to make an assembly line. Let's make it. When you're in HV. That's not how it works. I'm running at 8 ULV? Well, that's because you're just better than me, LRV, clearly. You played it, taking a break from the mod pack? It's good to do that every now and then, especially if you start getting burnt out on it a little bit. Oh, sorry, negative ULV. My mistake. I missed the negative bit. I thought you just accidentally smacked your keyboard. My mistake. Okay, right. But no, right now we are just focusing on getting circuits passived. Because the linchpin of everything, like all progression in this pack, is based largely around circuits. So having a decent supply of those, plus having a decent supply of them, helps you in order to make all of the applied energistics components and stuff like that. So having that all passived is definitely worth it. Doing okay. Just realized you went all the way through the process of making IE hub graphite electrodes and the arc furnace to see an alt recipe this far easier. Ouch. Wait, what pack are you playing at the minute, Life? Please remind me of my terrible memory. Right, these are done. Ah, Station 2 Expert, that's right. There we go, right. And how much oxygen are we going to need? It's going to be like, what? 2 buckets. If we're going to craft all of this, which we may as well do, is 2 buckets per ingot. We're going to have 6 stacks. How many buckets is that? Aside from lots. 64 times 6 times 2. 768 buckets. Okay, we might want to start a set an export bus up on there. You're playing New Horizons again? Nice. How far through New Horizons are you? Oh, I need more covered cables. Wait, I really need more covered cables. Holy shit, we've only got 53 left. Yeesh. Right, where is the nearest? This is a temporary thing. I promise. Do I plan you to start? You gotta love autocorrect, haven't you? It's awesome. At least that wasn't an embarrassing autocorrect. There we go. We've got oxygen in there. Ta-da. Ta-da. Do I plan to make the Stargates in this pack? Considering there isn't a Stargate, no. I will probably be avoiding the Stargate in this pack. No, the Stargate is like largely, as far as Greg Tech pack goes, I think it's mostly just tends to be the GTNH. There might be a few other ones that add a Stargate, but that's not the goal of this pack. The Stargate is not in the pack, no. Come on. I mean, there are other goals. Not quite as extensive as making the Stargate, but there are other goals. Like the main goal of it is just. I'm sure you've played this, so you already know this. The main goal is the creative quantum chests. That's like the final goal of this. Oh, Star Technology has the Stargate, does it? Ah, yeah. I've played a little bit of the start of Star Technology. That was actually going to be one of my possible options if I didn't play Monifactory. And it's probably actually what I'm going to play off stream when I finish SevTech Ages. I didn't realize it had the Stargate actually, but given that it's called Star Technology, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's from the little bit that I played up to just getting into a very early LV. In the past. It's a really enjoyable pack, actually. Alright. Have we got another 2 stacks? Are we? Right. So, we should at least have a little bit of nickel zinc. This is probably going to give us more than enough nickel zinc ferrite than we're going to need for the foreseeable future. Because each one of these, bearing in mind we need the nickel zinc ferrite rings, which we get 4 from each ingot. Let's wait till we get half a stack of these. Somebody has made a RimWorld mod that adds guinea pigzillas. Okay, I need to see this, Quiet. I need to see this this mod. If you download it and you make sure you get screenshots. Right, let's just make a bunch of those. These are all fine. That works out perfect, actually. So a stack of gallium gave us 4 stacks of those, which is nice. I've just realized that I'm not going to need to do anything else in here. I don't think we are, actually, are we? Let me get some signs so I can make sure I know what we're putting in each of those assemblers. Oh, come on, bro. I might have to start getting some, putting some spruce through a greenhouse. Because we're almost out of spruce. We've got plenty of rubber wood, but we're almost out of spruce. How are we doing for everything else? Who's in Discord? Hang on, I gotta see this. I don't know quite what I was expecting. It is literally just giant guinea pigs. That's quite cool. Right. Nickel zinc ferrite rings. Okay, we can make those available to our subnetwork over here. There it is. Right, and stronger. Oh, we've got the signs ready. Okay, so what are we making in these? How do I want to do this? Do I want to make the... I'm going to need another 4 drawers, aren't I? Don't know whether it's pretty fucking funny. It does look pretty cool. Going to love the quantum computer? Oh, what do you mean the one, the advanced AE one, Reese? It's so nice, isn't it? It is incredibly nice. Concrete. Quartz. Just the fact of not needing a boatload of separate machines. Yes. And you don't need to worry about like separate crafting CPUs, stuff like that. It will just basically pretty much add crafting CPUs as you need them. Not to mention the fact that it's insanely fast. It's so nice. Right, we need to downgrade these. Seriously, what is the point in the... I don't really see the point in the downgrades for sophisticated storage. With the multi-block crafter? Yeah. Unfortunately, we've only got the multi-block crafter in this, and not the actual... We've got the assembly matrix, we don't have the quantum computer. No advanced AE. Well, no, that's the thing though. That's in sophisticated I guess I guess I can see it for the actual limited barrels. But for the backpack upgrades, like they're already only limited to a single stack. And also in regular sophisticated storage barrels. So the only use of these is if you wanted to store less than 1 stack in each slot. Which I guess I could see some use cases for. But it just feels weird. I understand them in like limited barrels and in functional storage drawers because we've been using them all along here. But that is just but in the actual, in like regular barrels and especially backpacks, it just feels a little weird. I don't know, maybe there is a use case that I'm missing. It's quite possible. I do have a habit of missing things. Oh, I need more covered cables as well, don't I? Because we don't have enough... shit. Okay, hold on. Let me go and make some more fluids. I'm going to do this manually for now. We'll need to set this up to passive soon, though. Why do I feel like we're losing redstone at the minute? My fluxo magnet's actually losing charge. Finally. There's something really satisfying about watching that, though. There we go. Right. It's a little bit more fluids. Now, we need to turn this into dust. I think we do need fluix dust for the fluix cables, right? Yes. We'll just do another 2 stacks. That'll give us 4 stacks of cables, and we just got to cover those, and... Do all the things. Oh, wait, hang on. Fluix. This isn't coming back into the ME system, is it? Come on. Give me those last 16. Thank you. We should probably get some more quartz fiber coming through as well. Alright. While we're waiting, what do we still need to do? Actually, what I should really make is a color applicator. Okay, somebody, once we've got all these circuits sorted out, somebody remind me, please, that I need to make a color applicator. I currently playing with making a multi-block larvae. What is the oh, this, I'm guessing this is a multi-block to do what you were mentioning before that you wanted to do. Alright, anyway, what do we got going in here? So we've got resistors, capacitors, transistors, and inductors. So we'll do... So, SMD resistor, just so we know what's going into these when we set them up. SMD capacitor. Capacitor. What was the next one? Transistor and then inductor. I still need to get a 4 amp converter for these. Wait, actually, do I need a 4 amp converter? Yes, they're all using pretty much 1 amp. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. We can live with that. Alright, while we're waiting, let's just put all of this into here. Put a few more buckets of rubber. And then leave that to do its thing for a bit. Okay, right. So what else we got to do? We need an HV hole. We're also going to need... What do we need cable-wise for the HV converters? I haven't set up... No, I've only done LV and MV ones. That's UHV. I'm pretty sure we're not quite at UHV just yet. Oh, I'm running out of patterns again. Motherfucker. Right, liquid rubber. Alright, so that's the 4 amp ones. The sooner we get these HV circuits passived or semi-passived, the better. Because we are nearly out. We've got 8 circuits left from the stack we made before. Alright. Hermit, hello. How are you doing? Like for a while, getting stuff ready for before bedtime. Want to say hi before you toddle off to bed yourself? Well, hello, Hermit. It's always nice to see you. Hopefully you are doing well. Alright, and we've run out of space in there as well. We need these circuits. Alright, there we go. And there we go. We need one of those. Good, thanks. Had a nice day. How am I? I'm pretty good today, actually. Took a few extra days off this week. I wasn't in the best of headspaces at the end of last week. But the extra couple of days has helped massively. I'm feeling pretty good now, all things considered. The only downside is I've only got 2 days. Yeah, only got 2 days to play on Monifactory this week rather than 4. That's the only downside. Oh, right. We do need... vibrant alloy cables, of which we probably don't... Oh, no, we should have enough. Should be good. Okay, cool. I wouldn't say go as far as to say taking good care of myself, but I am trying to. I'm trying my best to take care of myself. Alright. And then we need you attached to there. Need you on there, and we need... Oh. You there. Oh, wait, no. You there. Perfect. We have power. Okay, thanks, keep up the good work. And you too, Hermit. Enjoy the rest. Hopefully you get a good night's sleep. Alright. Wire cutters. Everything has power. Okay, right. We need the interface, which I think we started crafting. We did. And then we just need more covered cables. Of which we've now run out of rubber. Right, do I have any more in here? No. I need more raw rubber pulp. Right. Sticky resin. We have got like 12,000 sticky resin now, which is nice. Alright, there we go. We have those. We need some red dye. Grab a few of those. Oh shit, it's break time again. God damn it. Breaks come around way too quickly. Don't want to stop what I'm doing. But I think we're going to have to. I'm going to go and take my break now before I start setting all this lot up. We will attach those. Because we've still got to make the draw controller and make that available to this network as well. So we can attach all of these. We'll probably put that somewhere down underneath the center-ish of here. Where is my thing? There's the center of the room. Yeah, I'll probably put that along there. Anyway, right, for right now, I'm going to go and take a short break. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you've got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So I will see you guys then. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the breaks, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. Again, I might need to rethink the way I do that in terms of when we run ads. So in terms of stopping pre-roll ads for people, because I'd like to stop those entirely. Because as it stands at the minute, I think we stop like with the 3 minutes every like 2 hours or so. I think we stop them for about an hour with every 3 minutes, something along those lines. I don't like doing the scheduled ones though. I would like to discuss it with like the community at large, though, to see what you would prefer to see in terms of that. Anyway, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Regulate mode on stock item card maintains the amount of items at the exact level. Nice. I've never fully kind of figured out exactly how stalking mode works. I figured out the basics, and that's about as far as it went. Right. Okay. Where were we? What was I doing? That is a very good question that I cannot answer. Oh, right. I need to check the color of those. So 255128. Do we need to sort these out? We still got to go and make a draw controller yet. Let's go and do that now before we forget. All right, so... Oh, wait, have I run out of... Oh, wow, I've actually run out of LV circuits. Whoops. Thankfully, we are just about ready to have them passive, which is going to be fantastic. There we go. Draw controller. Beautiful. Now, oh, we need a storage bus as well, don't we? Actually, one thing I was going to say, one thing I do need to think about is how many channels we're using on the sub network. But then I remembered we don't actually have channels enabled, so it's not really a big deal. All right, so we got a storage bus. That will allow us to see all of these items. All of the components and everything. We still need to set another extractor up to get to passively make tin. Is there any reason for us to make tin alloy? Not tin alloy, soldering alloy. Like, we've got an infinite supply of tin. Like, you use less soldering alloy, but it does need lead, which we haven't set up a supply for yet. So no, we'll just stick with tin for now. I was just thinking in terms of in the circuit assembler. We'd use considerably less soldering alloy than we would tin. Or half as much soldering alloy, but I don't think it's worth the extra steps, given that tin is basically free anyway. Okay. Where do we want to put this? That's the center, so can't see a bloody thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be the center point in here. We could put that down there. I don't like that being there, though. I think I'd rather put it just slightly off to one side. I've lost where the center is again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there. I'd rather have it like slightly off to one side. From what you can hear, is currently using crutches. He limped back to his apartment, grunted with every step, and is now presumably laying down and just moaning and groaning loudly. How dare he? Right, what we got to do as well is we got to make sure we have locked all of these. Including these. which I haven't got anything in yet, but that's fine. We will sort that out afterwards. And then we grab that. Everything should be within that range. Okay, right. So, where did that terminal go? Be more sympathetic if he didn't make so much goddamn noise to begin with. Alright, so we can see everything that we need to see on here now. Or most things that we need to see on here. We still need to be able to see tin ingots. Those should now be available in there. So tin ingots. What else needs to come out from the other... What else needs to come out from the other storage? You know, just out of context, that does sound kind of creepy, Quiet. You've just been secretly recording the audio from your neighbors for nefarious purposes, no doubt. I know what you're like, Quiet. Gotta move your hard mode plat line. Wait, why do you need to move it? Also, I'm curious how the hard mode plat line differs. I'm assuming in hard mode you can't do for platinum at least what we can do in here in normal mode, which is literally just buy platinum ore and smelt it for platinum, which seems a little OP, but I'm assuming that's not a thing in hard mode. You actually have to properly do the plat line. Yeah, I figured as much. So you've actually got to do a proper plat line in that. I think we've still got to do the proper plat line ourselves anyway, I think, but it's not something that's super concerning just yet. What? How come you've got to move it though? Like, have you done the kind of thing that I do, where you've just put it like one block off to the side where you intended to have it, and you can't live with it being just slightly off? Kind of thing I'd do. And you just spend about a week moving the entire fucking thing. Right, we can get rid of all that lot now. Okay, right. So where are we? What are we doing now? In range where the roastery hearth furnace. Oh, to be fair, the roastery hearth furnace, unless they've changed it since Monifactory, is a pretty fucking huge multi-block. Nope, they've not changed it. It's still pretty fucking big. That thing does get in the way. I've just realized something. We haven't got enough slots in here to output everything. Or oh wait, no, have we? No, we have. Each one of the SMD components takes 2 things plus polyethylene, right? And we've got 4 things in here. Yeah, okay, we should be fine. Unless we need to add any more SMD components later, which we probably do. We might have to rethink this then. I didn't think about that. Gotta learn how to do the computing research. I think I've done that a couple of times, but I still don't fully understand it. Property manager has also gone on record saying, I would not blame you for calling the police. Oh, I think I know how I can do this. Just to ensure that we future-proof this. Let's bring the interface to the back. Then if we need to add a thing where we need to add any more items, we can just add another interface onto here. Naquadah enrichment, gauge trinium coils too. You are way much. You are way further on than I am in this. We're not even thinking about Naquadah yet. Holy shit! I am looking forward to getting back to the end game stuff though. There are extended interfaces. That is actually a good point. I completely forgot about those. Honestly, though, I think I would prefer to use 2 interfaces rather than the extended one, simply because it means we have to overclock the cards less to get everything out to where they need to go. Although later, once we get to a point, to that point, it's not going to matter anyway, because we're going to be able to, make the overclockers easily anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Right, all these need, they do all need polyethylene in them, right? I've not kind of missed something here. No, they all need polyethylene. Okay, right. So I am going to filter this for polyethylene as well. Not that we're going to be outputting any other fluids to the here, but I like to make sure things are properly filtered. I did put that on the right side, didn't I? Yeah. Advanced. Yeah, there are other there are better SMD components later on. For right now, though, I guess we don't need to worry too much about it, and we should be able to expand and switch this out easily enough further down the line that it's not going to be too much of an issue. Hopefully. Famous last words. We've also run out of fluid cards now, but that's fine. I would have preferred to have limited the amount of polyethylene that we had stored in these. But unfortunately, for some reason, the counting filters seem they act weirdly with fluids in GregTech. They did it with the gases from Mechanism as well, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, next up. Resistors. Do we want to set this up in a way where we only keep where we only have like so we've only got kind of like 2 or 3 extra ones built up in here, but I don't think we do. With the SMD components, we're going to be using so many of them, we may as well just keep a full stack in, like, backed up in there for when the draw backs up. All right, so resistors. What do we need? Electron wire and carbon dust. 4-to-1. Wait. Oh, wait, how did that? Why is that showing up with 4 in there? Oh, wait a minute. Is that because... Oh, so it actually even though you can't see it, it actually stores the stack size that you've put in the bookmarks as well. Even though you can't see the actual number next to these, like when we stored it on there from there, by pressing A, it stored that stack size of 4. Interesting. Okay. Didn't know it did that. If we set that up for that, there shouldn't need to be a point where we need to turn these machines off either. All right, so capacitors. Let's get rid of those. Capacitors, we're not doing silicon rubber, we are doing PVC. And we're not doing tantalum either. Right, so just those 2, and that's That. Uh-huh. And then we need transistors. Again, we're not using tantalum, at least not yet. So we just need gallium foil and fine annealed copper. Right, we're doing essentially 4 lots of the recipe in there, so there we go. And then finally, the sort of the inductors. Nickel, zinc, ferrite, and copper nickel wires. Oh, speaking of which, I need to go and put more of this into here. All right, and that will go in there. Like that. And then extract, round robin, and we will overclock this as best we can. Right, so I've got to now go and put all of this lot into here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that out for now. And then we'll get it set up fully, and then we'll see how it holds up. That's for the inductor. Fuck's sake. Wait, was that the resistor? No. Shit, what was it? Ah, fuck, transistor. That's the one. All right, so we needed annealed copper wire, gallium foil. And then for the capacitor, it was PVC sheets and foil. And then for the resistors, carbon and electrum wire. And now we just need to put all of that into here. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of those and we'll just do these. Oh, shit, yeah. It's not got anywhere for the copper nickel wire to go now, has it? Whoops. Let's drag them from here. Okay, so that and that. That and that. That and that. And that and that. And we're just going to keep these again, so we've got the enough for 4 recipes worth in them. All right, and then if we just stick that into there, everything should kick in. We still need to add some stack upgrades to these, so they can hold 4 stacks. And that should do us for now. And we can always increase that later if we need to. Alright, and then because those are locked, we've got to manually do that. For the first few. There we go. Right, that should be just about everything needed for the circuits. Passive in this. Oh, except for we haven't still done the plastic circuit boards, have we? We've not got those passive yet, so we've still got a little bit more to do. All right, how are we going to do that? How do we want to do this? We're going to need to make 4 more circuit assemblers, aren't we? Right, so what do we still need? We still need the circuit assemblers. We still need an extractor. And a small amount of liquid tin storage. I also need... I need more lead, don't I? Galena will smelt into lead. Is it worth processing this further at the minute? We can get a little bit of extra silver, so not really. I guess we can smelt, we can macerate it and at least double it. Which is probably going to be worthwhile. Right now, though, we need a couple of double lead plates. Oh, we've already got silver. We've already got electrum passived. We're only storing 2,048 minutes, but it is passive, and we've got silver coming in. We just haven't got lead coming in yet, so I haven't made the Wither Skeleton data model yet. And since we are playing in normal, we do have access to hostile neural networks. That just makes life so much easier. Okay. What do I need? I need a bunch more bronze sheets. Or at least a few more bronze sheets. We should probably actually get bronze passived as well. Give me 2 seconds, chat. There's a weird smell coming from somewhere. I've got no idea what it is. I've got the window open, so I think it's something coming from outside, but God knows what. Alright. Oh, we already have one there anyway, didn't we? That's fine. Okay, right, so let's... Sorry. Oh, is it you, Quiet? Must be pretty bad to be able to smell it from here. Okay, there we go. So that we should now also be able to see all of the SMD components on this network. Let's double check. Ta-da! Beautiful. Ah, let me out. God damn it. Life, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Okay. So... Oh, we should have a few more covered cables in here now as well. Yeah, we still need a lot more rubber, though. Okay. We can clear all of this now. That's all sorted. And next thing then is an extractor. We could probably do this with an MV extractor. That should be fine. We could also do with a fluid drawer for this. Which we need a large polyethylene pipe. Or polyethylene. If you die wolf. Where are we? Large pipe. So we can use this to store a little bit of extra tin. How many ingots is like 32 buckets worth? Oh, only 222. That's not that many. I think these can store 32 buckets by default. If I remember rightly. I don't think we need those anymore. How are we doing for our nickel, zinc, ferrite rings? 740. I think that'll keep us in inductors for a while. Considering each one of those will give us 16. Right, okay. What was I? I came over here to make something. What was it? Oh, I was making the extractor, wasn't I? And we also need to make the 4... Wait, hang on. I just wanted to make sure I could do that in an MV circuit assembler. Alright, so we need 4... Oh, shit! We only need 3 of these. Do I have enough circuits? Just... I need 3 circuit assemblers and I need 6 circuits. Yeah, okay, that's still an MV circuit as well. Okay, right. Let's make an electrum rod pattern. We seem to be needing quite a few of those at the moment. Electrum rods. There we go. Okay, hold on. We need these. Can I get everything I need for those? Set the capacity cards. Oh, I can't anyway because I haven't got a circuit 3 assembly yet. I need to set up another assembler for that. Fuck. Okay. That's fine. Right, we are going to need... I'm going to make about, like, just 8 of these just to upgrade the pan providers that we need to upgrade. So we'll just make a bunch of the stuff that we need. Alright, what else do we need for that? Capacity cards. Capacity cards it might be worth setting up a recipe for, though. Although we are starting to run out of space and we're going to need to shift things around soon. Right, what's holding things up here? I'm sure I made like a stack. I sure I just made, requested a stack of 64 aluminium plates. I don't think it ever actually made them. Oh no, they would have been used for other things, wouldn't they? That's fine. That's okay. Alright, so we needed 16 of those. What is taking the time with the PAM providers? Oh, fucking wires again. Okay. Let's smelt some of this. I'm still hoping to get that multi-smelter done today. Don't know if we're going to get to it or not, but I'm hopeful. Okay, so it prioritized the aluminium plates for some reason. Oh, we're still waiting on circuits. See, this is why we want the circuits passived. So we're not waiting on them going through these things. I don't know how many we actually want to store. I think we just want to keep like 4 stacks of each for the time being. Like if we can get 4 stacks of each circuit, that'll be great. The only thing is, I don't know how it's going to prioritize these. Because each of these circuits requires the plastic printed circuit board, we're not going to be making these quick enough to keep all of them stocked. So once we get up a passive supply of these plastic printed circuit boards, it should be fine. But until that point, it's going to be a bit of a pain. Which actually, that being said, we should probably get these set up now and passiving now, shouldn't we? That would make more sense. Yeah, okay, so we're going to need a chemical reactor. We're going to do these... Again, I think we're going to go with MV for this. MV chemical reactor. Two MV chemical reactors, I think, is the way to go. The sooner I can... Wait. What was I missing? Oh, I was missing things, wasn't I? Alright, and providers... Capacity cards... Aluminium. That's already on circuit 3. Right, that will give us the upgrade cards for those. We weren't doing the circuit assemblers now. We're doing pattern providers. How are we doing for MV circuits? We have no MV circuits right now. So these are going to take a little while. Wait, why have I got those two there? Oh, right, because it was... Yeah, okay, never mind. That's fine. But we are going to need... actually, no, we just need all this, like, one more of everything, don't we? Until we run out of crafting CPUs. I think that's fine, because I think that was crafting anyway. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, never mind. Ignore me. Right, the circuit should be going. I want to play Modded Rimworld and it crashed. Oh, no. You'll have to go and play Monifactory instead, Quiet. That seems like a much better option. Problem is you're not feeling very thinky. To be fair, after the day you've had, I'm not surprised. I don't think anybody would be feeling overly thinky. Okay. So, we'll set this slot up. You understood kinky? I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to, question how kinky Quiet's feeling. That should be roughly where these need to go. Although, I think we can probably, as much as I don't like doing this, we can put that chemical reactor there. This is going to be for the circuit boards. Let's go and get another drawer. I think this we're not going to bother with a downgrade. Since we are going to need so many of these drawers. Alright, and we need concrete. And quartz. I'd normally be tempted to nap right now, but the doctor's orders are to limit naps. Yeah, you didn't seem overly happy about that. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I can understand it. You do like your naps. We are going to need a couple more interfaces. Let's grab another 2x2 drawer for storing these in for now. Oh, wait a minute. Am I gonna... I've just realized I'm going to need a, I'm gonna need the atomic reconstructor as well, aren't I? Because we're gonna want to turn all of these into the, generic ones. Oh, except I can't do that, can I? Ah, shit. I'm finding problems, chat. I'm finding problems. That's one of them fixed. Birdie, how's it going? Especially not because he told you to keep your work sleep schedule during your off days. Ouch. I can see why he would do that, but still, ouch. Oh, this is painful. It won't be painful once we've got everything set up, but for right now, it's painful. Right, we need 3 emitters. Have a baby short sleep, sadly. I see. I don't have a baby or anything else that should really affect it, and yet I still only sleep for about at most 4 to 5 hours. It sucks. We've got so much we need to do here. Right. Okay. Interfaces, are they done? My interfaces are done. All right. That'll go there. All right, so for these, that's 30 EU per tick, or if we're doing it at MV, 120. And then that will be... Oh, I've just realized. Oh, there's more shit I need to do. I forgot about this bit. Ah, hell. Right, so we're passiving these. So we're going to need copper foil. Oh, just copper foil, basically, isn't it? That's... Okay, that's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. We just need copper foil. Okay, so we just need one more bender. That's fine. Okay. And a 4 amp converter. Which we already have. Perfect. Just need the bender. And we ran out of crafting CPUs. Hopefully something is quick. You need to call a wellness check on your neighbor. Are they still grunting and groaning? You know what? I didn't even notice that was... Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't even notice that was there, the crafting tree. Uh-huh. Your afternoon might be eventful. Oh, yeah, if he sounds like he's fallen, then yeah, I probably would. You know, yes, I did some edits. It's incredibly useful.
Oh, I see. Running away!
It's a really nice feature.
You yellow bastard!
Okay, no worries, quiet. You can do incredibly complicated stuff. So if you wanted to say, for example, craft like 64 times and then like 2 divided by 4 or 8 divided by 2, it would work. And it would tell you that. So if you need a calculator as well, this is quite good for that. I'm assuming there's probably much more complicated things you can do in there as well, but honestly, it's probably not worth it for the most part. But it's nice to know that you can do it. Okay. What was I needing? Stuff and things. All of the stuff and things. Copper foils. I think I'm going to make another drawer that we can keep the copper foils in here. We aren't making copper. We're not using copper foils for anything else, are we, at the minute? Over there. I don't think we are. Hey, Chloe. How's it going? How's it going? It's going all right here. It's going pretty well. We are taking longer than anticipated to do what I wanted to do, but it is getting done. I am happy. All right. Oh, you son of a bitch. I really wish it wouldn't do that. Or more accurately, I really wish I would check before I did that. Because it just used up the drawer that I just made. God damn it. Quartz. Oh, we also need energetic alloy. Doing right, just enjoying PO3 lately. I want to try PO3 again, although Sevtech Ages has very much made me not want to play 112 packs anymore. If I'm honest. Like, I remember Sevtech Ages being, like, really nice. And in the early game, it is. But then, like, as you get to later game, oh my god, it's very painful. That's not hooked up yet, is... No. Alright. My stomach is rumbling. Game? Ah, inventory desync. Lovely. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to move this. Yeah, I gotta move it across by 1. I told myself I was gonna check this stuff properly before before setting it up, and I haven't been doing it. Basically, if I keep it where it is, we have to add another laser node in there to be able to get it to work the way I want it to, and I don't want to do that, so we're moving it over by 1 so we can just come straight off that one. I had the same experience due to Sevtech being so much grindier than you expected, but you switch the mode from time back to normal, and it's really fun. Normal is good. Normal is like, it's definitely very chilled out. But I think the biggest problem for me wasn't so much I don't think it was so much the grindiness with Sevtech. So I haven't found it until end game. I hadn't really found it all that grindy. But it just ramps up so quickly once you get to end game. In Ages, like it goes from barely having to do anything to all of a sudden craft all of the fucking things. Like, all at once. It's a very jarring experience. So I've been a little frustrated with it. Well, not to mention the fact that there's a whole bunch of like quality of life things you get so used to, like I've got so used to. They just aren't a thing in 112. Ah, no, I'm not gonna have enough laser nodes. Fuck. There we go, like, see? Nice and straight. Just as it should be. Alright. We have power. We do not have enough laser nodes now, though. How painful is it going to be? Set up the crafting recipes for the laser node, for the laser stuff. I mean, that's all done. And that's... Okay, not at all. Oh, cool. Right. So if we just make another 32 lasers and another 32 of those, that will be helpful. All right. And that and that. We just need one more to go on top of there. All right. And what do we need to output to here? We need copper for the copper foils, which we should already be outputting anyway. So copper for the copper foils. We're going to need sodium persulfate. And we're going to need polyvinyl chloride sheets. And sulfuric acid. PVC sheets. Sulfuric acid. Wrong place. Sulfuric acid. Oh, we've not made that available yet, have we? And sodium persulfate. Which also shouldn't be available. Sodium sulfate and... What are we doing here? Sulfuric acid, that's the one. The AE differences almost put you off, but until you find a pack that properly pulls you away. Oh, they can't be as bad as they are in PO3 as they are in Sevtech Ages, though. In Sevtech Ages, you can't even shift-click processing recipes into the pattern providers. It's horrible. I actually ended up having to tear down my ME system and replace it with a refined storage system, which pained me to do. But I had to do it. Right, have I got more laser nodes yet? But I honestly, I don't know if I could go back to a 112 pack now. I think Haslo added in a... it's got extended life. AE2 extended life in there, hasn't it? Which adds the ability to do that. So that shouldn't be an issue with it. It's also a little bit weird having to use interfaces for putting the patterns in as well. That always throws me. Right, so we need to insert copper ingots into there. Foils are 10, right? Yeah. Circuit 10. Need to push that down into there. So that should keep 32 stacks of copper foils available. And then we'll just pull from those into these. Let's actually make this... Let's get this started now. One thing you wish was disabled by default in PO3, the AE meteors. You don't really need to do mystical for the presses anymore, as you're on super flat. Oh yeah, I remember the like super flats being kind of a weird with structures. Because I've played PO3. I used to play PO2 quite a lot in super flat, which was quite nice. But anyway, right. But yeah, it is a little weird. But honestly, I don't think if in normal mode, I don't think it matters too much anyway. Like nothing is gated too hard in normal mode. All right, so plastic circuit boards first of all. Like 25. It'll take 25 seconds for 2. Oh hell! I might need to do this a little differently as well. I'd kind of like to have... Do I want to have a storage of the plastic circuit boards? No, probably not, actually. I think it'll be fine. We'll back up on this quite quickly. I think that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so we need... If we'll just keep enough for, like, 2 recipes in here at any given time. Or, yeah, 2 recipes should be fine, because it should be able to refill that quickly enough. Okay, so what we need is... Let's put that and that in there. That should fill those up. And then we also need to set this to extract on orange as well. I'll put those into there. And then we also need to fill this. We need to get more liquid cards. God damn it. Did manually add 60 layers of dirt. Yeah, that's the way I tend to do it. Actually, I normally do it with stone rather than dirt, but I usually do like, I think 60 layers of stone, 3 layers of dirt, and then 1 layer of grass. All right. So, what was I making? Fluid cards. Oh man, I can't wait till we get all of this properly set up. Right. Iron plates. I'm going to make a few more iron plates. And we're also going to need a whole bunch more tin plates. So let's just get a bunch of those going. The sheer amount of plants you get whilst trying to build is infuriating. Yeah, the Pam's gardens spread like crazy, don't they? Like, except in packs where you need them to spread. Like, if it's a pack where you need it to spread because you need more gardens, like GTNH, for example. If you're trying to make the healing axe, you need 8 of each garden, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. And you just wait, because like some of the gardens are quite difficult to find. Like quite often I struggle to find the arid gardens, the ones in the desert. So I make sure I find one and then plan that down and wait for it to spread. And then you're waiting for literally like days for it to spread. And then in other packs like PO3, it's literally just, you get about 60 of them in a few minutes. Ridiculous. Oh, and just never put an Astral Sorcery Avitus ritual anywhere near them, because I remember doing that in Enigmatica 2 Expert, and they spread like fucking crazy. It's ridiculous. Alright, so we need to put... What are we putting into here? Sulfuric acid? Yeah, sulfuric acid. And then this needs to be sodium persulfate. Perfect. He denied everything? Oh, Jesus fucking... You have the worst neighbors, Quiet. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this with a robot arm as well, aren't I? I just realized that, because otherwise there's a chance it's going to fill the whole thing up with the plastic circuit boards. Or whatever the hell they're called. Yeah, plastic circuit boards. We need to be able to limit the amount that goes into there. Is he the kind of person that'd get kind of annoyed at you for checking up on him as well? Because that would really piss me off. Like if you just like you've been worried enough about them, somebody who's clearly fucking irritating for you at the best of times, and you've been kind enough to want to actually make sure they're okay, despite all that. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, hopefully he doesn't do that, Quiet. You definitely don't need this after your day today. Oh, okay. We might be waiting a little while for the plates that we need from there. Oh, no, maybe not. Mate. Where do my steel plates go? Oh, it's in there. Okay. There we go. Well, when or if he does actually fall again, then it's going to be his own fucking fault. Alright, so... Oh, I need the filter as well, don't I? You have the worst neighbors, Quiet. That's all I'm saying. Alright, so grab the item filter. I am definitely not getting to this multi-smelter today, am I? We've taken like nearly 6 hours now to get to the point we're at. I will not finish this stream until we have these passived. Oh god, we went for more steel plates. Why did I make so many tin plates? Whose daft idea was that? Oh, it's almost out. It's fine. Have you got anything you can do to kind of take your mind off it and calm down, Quiet? Because like I know how it gets when you get that frustrated with something like that. Like, have you got something you can do to just kind of calm yourself down? Because it's definitely not worth the time. Right, plastic circuit boards. Ah, yeah, there we go. So if we keep up to a stack of those. Perfect. And then we just need to also insert into here How much oil? 6. We will do, if we're doing enough for like 4 recipes, that's what? 24. And there we go. Right, there's the plastic circuit boards. Well, you know you're always welcome here, Quiet. That should pretty much go without saying. Where is linking tool? Right, we'll link that. Next thing we got to do is the extractor. And this is for liquid tin. Does anyone know how much fluid you can store in an unupgraded fluid drawer? 1x1 fluid drawer. Is it 32 buckets? Or is it 64? Lost me hole again. 32 buckets, okay. We'll find out for certain in a moment, but I that was what I thought as well, so hopefully we are both correct. Wait a minute, am I going to be able to run this on here as well? Yeah, I should be able to, shouldn't I? I shouldn't even need another... another converter, since that is a 4 amp one, right? Yeah. But this should all work just fine. And that needs 10 ingots. It's the other way around. That way we only need to use one laser node. Alright, so... there we go. Extract from there. Insert into here. Push out to there. And we can get... yeah, 32 buckets. Okay, perfect. That will do nicely. Not when there's nothing in it, you can't. I'm pretty sure. I am curious about it now, though. Okay, we don't need any more than one large pipe. Thank you very much. You might be right, but I am curious. Ah, yeah, so it does. Cool. Good to know. Okay, so... we still need to make our circuit assemblers. What do we still need to make? We're making 3 of these, so we need 3 MV robot arms. Right, the next thing is, though, like, I'm gonna have to store these as the actual circuit types, at least for the time being, because we still need to use, like, rather than storing them as the universal ones, because we still need to use the microprocessors in order to make the HV tiers. Like, once we can get to the tier 3 HV ones, we won't have to worry about that. But for right now, we do still need to. And I think we're also going to have to set it up so it will only start extracting to here to make the HV ones when we have, say, like 2 stacks of MV circuits. What are we still missing? We're still missing conveyor modules and copper cables. So if we make 6 of those for now, just a stack of copper cables, should be good. Oh, it's going to be so nice to not have to worry about manually crafting circuits. At least not until we make the EV ones. Then we've got to worry about manually crafting those. The fuck is that? Oxygen distributor. Very spinny. And that the HV ones will be used to make our first EV circuits, which we need vibrant alloy bolts, diodes, which should be easy enough, RAM chips, which we can do. Actually, you know what? All of this is very much doable. Like, the diodes are a bit of a pain in the ass, but otherwise, all very much doable for the EV ones. Once we have these circuits set up, though, the next things we've got to do are the multi-smelter and also the ore processing. Like getting a proper or at least a better ore processing setup going. Those are the next things we need to worry about. And hopefully we can get most of that done tomorrow. Although it is going to need quite a few HV circuits, since I'd like to do, at the very least, I would like to do the macerators as HV. There we go. 3 circuit assemblers. We're going to put these over on the far side here. I do want to line them up with what we've got over there. I still don't know how I feel about having the machines on the floor. It still feels weird to me. Anyway, right. I need more signs. Also need to turn these back on again so we can finish off doing the last of that stainless steel. Alright, what did I need? I need another 4 amp MV converter for a start. Another interface. Actually, I think I'm going to do an interface for each of these. Like, it's really the only logical way to do this. Because each circuit takes 6 items. And that means we're also going to need robot arms. And filters. Oh, right. How have you guys been enjoying the Monifactory playthrough so far? Hopefully as much as I have been. Especially since we're still only scratching the surface. We're still in early game right now. I've got to make a clean room. Oh, God, where the fuck am I going to make the clean room? Well, it is all on YouTube, Quiet. So there is that. I need to upload still need to upload the last few things, but the rest of it's up on YouTube. I needed something else. What else did I need? I need the converter. Need energetic alloy cables, which we need a few more than that. I like to have it on the background while you play, because it's nice to learn Moni for when you get back to it. TM. Okay, so... this is the bit that's actually going to be a little bit awkward. We're going to have the interfaces on the sides there. What's going to be a little bit awkward is that I need... oh, I was making signs. That's what I was making. I wonder if it's a sign that I forgot to make my signs. Hey, we've got 3 of them already. Perfect. This is going to be old LV, MV, and HV. Yeah, what we need to worry about is that we only want to be sending the things out for the HV ones if there is, like, there's going to be 2 conditions for when the HV circuits shut off. Basically, when there are enough HV circuits and when there are not enough MV circuits. So I need to be able to turn this off on 2 different conditions. This is why I really wanted emitters that you could add multiple conditions to. Because as it stands, what I'm going to have to do is... I don't know how I want to do it. With no ADHD, maybe you just don't have the brain power to do all the maths for money. That's fair. To be fair, you don't have to do the amount of maths that I end up doing with it. I just find that enjoyable. Seriously, why can't they give us emitters with multiple conditions? Why is that so hard? Because now I'm going to have to use more space in order to do this. Like, for these ones, it's fine. We just have an emitter there, emitter there, emitter there. Speaking of which, I need to make some emitters. But when you have multiple conditions that need to be met... frustrating. Now I've got to find a nice, somewhat elegant way of doing this. Well, one more. That we can turn that off. We can turn that off. This we need... I guess we could potentially use a laser node. And then do something like that. And then have redstone cards in there. Like 3 redstone cards. Do I have 3 redstone cards? I do. That would work, and it would still pretty much take up the same space. Junk food? You want junk food? Is there anything stopping you from having junk food? Again, I feel like given the day you've had, junk food is definitely in order. Your starving wallet. Ah, yeah. That definitely makes it a little bit trickier. That is a thing that I always struggle with. Cheap junk food works. Right, there we go. We have power. Oh, I put all my red covered cables away. Oh, dang it. All right. Covered cables. Is that going to be enough? It should be. One thing I find with junk food is like I really want it until I get it, and then I get it, and it's not as tasty as my brain told me it was. It's like your brain is there saying it's going to taste amazing. You're going to get this junk food. It's going to taste so good, and then you get it, and then it's just like this is disgusting. What the fuck? How else you'd prove your Americanness but by eating fast food when you're stressed? Oh yeah, I only feel bad after I've ordered it. Okay, maybe we're not going to have enough because we've still got to do this. Alright. More red cable. Thankfully, we have some more covered cable now, which is good. We should have some red dye. If not, we do have poppies. There we go. With White Castle sliders, they're so expensive and not very filling, but it tastes so good. Oh, see, that's not quite the same though. Like if they taste good, then it's one thing. Like then you've got a good excuse to have them then. But if you buy it and then it tastes awful, as well as being expensive, it's like your brain has told you that it's going to be so nice when you get it, and it's going to be so worth it, and then it's just not. What are White Castle sliders anyway? Is that like a restaurant kind of chain, or like what is that? All right, so oh shit. Oh, I've just realized how awkward this is going to be. Or is it? Right, what I'm concerned about here is we're going to be crafting these as LV, as these circuits, as the microchip processors, right? Now, we are eventually going to be converting all of these via the atomic reconstructor into the universal circuits. But the problem is, if we use an emitter on here, which are we going to check for the amount of? Like, are we going to store these as just as LV circuits, and then when we need to craft something using the LV circuits, then convert them all? Like, at the time of crafting whatever we need to craft? Or are we going to convert them straight away? I think we're going to have to convert them... I think we're going to have to convert them as we... like, as we need them. Into the universal ones. Because we've still got this set up over here. I don't know if that made sense to anyone, by the way. We've still got this set up over here for crafting these. For crafting the LV and the MV circuits. And we're just going to have to set that up for all the circuit types, and then we'll just use the universal ones in the crafting recipes. I think that makes sense. I think that'll work. So if we want to keep, say, 256 of these in stock, we'll emit a signal when it is below that level. And then this will work. Not... That's not what I'm doing. That will work when it's inverted. Okay, and we'll do the same with the MV. We're going to be making those, and we'll do these for 128 of these. And emit where levels are below. Expensive tiny burgers with onions and sometimes cheese. Originally a fast food place. They now sell from frozen. Okay. I'm assuming they're a lot cheaper, like, frozen variants of them. Are they as nice, though? I will output that on there. So I will output a redstone signal. Oh, is that... Oh. This will output a redstone signal when it needs to work. So we basically need to say... When there are... Right, how do we do this? Right, this is... So we'll check... This is checking for whether, like, how many MV circuits there are. There needs to be over 128 circuits. So run when levels are above or equal to the limit. So yeah, that would be fine. And then this needs to be when there are... We'll just keep 64 of the HV ones in for now. From when there are below that limit. But the problem is that going to work? That's not going to work, is it? Because it needs... Like, both of these need to be... Okay, I think we need both of these to be on for it to emit a signal, right? So that needs to be on, saying that there are over 128, and that needs to be on, saying there are less than 64 of those. So when both of those are on, then this can turn on. Okay, so that'll be on an input, and then that'll be on channel 1. And that'll be on an input. And that'll be on channel 2. So this needs to output when channel 1 and channel 2 are on. And that needs to be inverted. So that will be off then. So because only one of those is true. If we set this to 0, that should turn on, and the machine should turn on. If we set that to 0, so that's got enough things in, but this has got too many. So say that will turn off. So that should turn the thing as well. Okay, perfect. That should work. Okay. Perfect. So next up, we need to sort out... I've just realised it's going to be a pain trying to get into here, isn't it? Thankfully, we can do this. All right, so we need robot arm. Oh, that has made this a little awkward, though, as well. I've just realised. Because I now can't put... I wanted to put a storage monitor on here. To show how many of these are in here. And I can't do that now. Because we haven't got an ME cable there. Fuck, that's awkward. If only you could put, like, storage monitors onto the sides of, like, interfaces. And I've also realised we have a completely separate issue now as well that I'm gonna have to move these over a block as well. I'm finding all the issues today. Anyway, your laptop loves to be a royal pain in your butts. You're at a point not messing with it anymore. Wait, what's it doing, birdie? Yeah, the reason we need to do that is because we still need to feed tin into these as well. We still need to feed tin into these as well. So all of these need to get shifted over to the sides. So that we can have a laser node in between them. Which means we don't need these. Why isn't there a cover that can do both items and fluids? That would be so useful to have. Okay, so with that in mind, can we... Can I alter this in any way now so that we can shut it off in an easier way or in a better way? I think we can. I think we can do the emitters here for... We do the emitters here for, like, whether... To say how many items are in there. So, MV circuits... 128, emit when levels are above, and then HV circuits emit when levels are above. So that will turn it off on that side based on how many of the actual circuits we have. What we can do on this side is with the laser nodes, we can have a separate thing over here, a separate emitter over here, that will either just stop this transferring items over, or shut the machine off. And that way we can have storage monitors on there to show how many of each of them we have in stock. Okay, I think that works. Now, all of these need to be on different channels, or different colors. Because they are all separate networks. Okay, 2 of them have to be on different colors. And then that one can be on orange, like so. Okay. I think everything else should be fine. Okay, right. So what do we need for the LV ones? Okay, so we need to output... Wait, no, not resistors. No. Nope, not those. Make sure we get the right things here. So, plastic printed circuit boards, CPU chips are fine. And then we need those resistors. Those capacitors. Those transistors. And fine copper wire and liquid tin. So, we should do plastic circuit boards. We'll just do enough for like 2 recipes in each one of these. CPU chips. We need 1 of each of those. Then 4 resistors. Four capacitors, 4 transistors, and 4 copper wire. So 4 of everything else. And then the tin, we'll just keep a bucket in there. And that will work a whole lot better when we link the storage drawer. Perfect. Okay, then into here. I guess we're just going to be keeping however much tin we need in there. Because setting it to a... using a counting filter doesn't tend to work. Speaking of counting filters, I am going to need a few more of them. And then in here... two of those. Two of those. Four of those. Four of those. Four of those. Four of those. What did I mess up here? Ah. Ta-da! Circuits! Alright. Let's go and get a drawer... several drawers set up for these. Hang on, we've already done it, haven't we? Although we do need a little bit of additional storage in there, just in case. What was the wall thing for, Quiet? Everything okay? Now, the next thing is we've got to get this from here into our storage system. This is the bit that I hope this works the way I think it should. Once we have a storage bus on our interface... can I make a capacity card? Hold on. Let me make a capacity card. Streamer buffering symbol, but no actual buffering happened. Ah. Weird. I've not dropped any frames for a while. We did drop some earlier. I haven't dropped any in a little while. Alright. Capacity cards. There we go. And V, thank you for the hydrates. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of extra space. Alright, and we can set that to store those in there. So what should happen, if I'm right, is if we extract from here, I've just realized that I have no more item cards. Are you relatively new to Greg Tech? You think you should play this pack? Of all the Greg Tech packs, this is definitely one of the easier ones to, and the most accessible ones if you're new to Greg Tech. So I mean, the worst you can do is like have a go, see how you get on with it. There's always like a lot of communities around that are more than willing to help. Like if you ever have any questions, I'm always happy to help. As are, I'm sure, most of the members of the community. So the best thing you can do is just give it a try and see if you enjoy it. I'd say it's worth it though. Like if you enjoy this style of kind of play and the kind of the microcrafting and things involved in Greg Tech, it's definitely worth playing. How is that a very British sentence? Wait, what's British about that? I am very confused what how you consider that to be very British. What the fuck, quiet? Right, so that should be putting them back into the ME system. It will be doing a lot better job of it if I actually linked that. Oh. Wait. Wait. Why? That is all. Wait, where the frickin' hell are they going? Hold up. No worries. Hopefully you enjoy it. I don't know where all those circuits went. Oh, because they're not... Do I need to search for processor and not circuit? Is that why I'm not seeing it? Ah, there we go. Oh, frickin' hell. God damn it. That's more of a British phrase, I think. Fuck it. Remove it for now. I fucked up. I broke shit. You can tell it's getting to the end of the stream, can't you? Because I'm just breaking everything. Right. Thankfully, it's easily fixable. I just hadn't locked the drawer. Whoops. Oh no, your English is just fine. There's absolutely no problems with your English. I know English people who make less sense than you do. So you are doing absolutely fine. All right, there we go. That's the general gist of this. I would like to... So if we just set this to 64, that should then turn that off. Yeah, nice. Okay, right. LV circuits passives. Next up, circuits. Me, your English people. You make sense as well, though, life. Represents that remark. Alright, I do need more counting filters, though. We all know to be fair, I don't speak fluent English. I speak fluent sarcasm, which is kind of synonymous with English these days, I think, pretty much. But I don't know too many English people who aren't just aggressively sarcastic. It's an interesting trait to have. Right, okay, that's the LV circuit passived. Now for the circuits. So we need circuit boards, CPU chips, resistors, capacitors, transistors, and find red alloy wire. And tin. Dangerous for foreigners when your Dutch mates think sarcasm is serious. I think some of my sarcasm does go over people's heads as well. I have, like, if you're... As a general rule of thumb with me, if you're not sure if I'm being sarcastic or not, I probably am. I'm assuming it's 8 for all of these, right? Yeah. Alright, and then I do have the fluid cards. And the liquid tin. And then we've got to... Am I going to have enough... I'm not going to have enough fluid cards either, am I? Motherfucker. I really need to stop swearing, don't I? I swear way too much. Oh, right, yeah. I've actually got to put the things in here, too. That helps. Right. Two. 8. 8 of the rest of the... Oh, I'm breaking shit. 8 of those. 8 of those. And that. There we go. Beautiful. Just thinking he doesn't normally swear. I never swear. I am perfectly family friendly in here. Yeah, bitch, stop fucking swearing. After you, quiet. I am very curious what the context of that was. I really want to know what the context there was. Right, so those will be staying in there for now. And that will go on there. So much of my wall of PP has been torn down. I really want to know the context of that as well. Although I feel like a lot of these things, like the context, if you know the context, it kind of loses a little something, doesn't it? Right, so those should now be getting stored in here. Look at that. Look at all the lovely circuits. And then finally, we've got the HV ones, which we didn't have enough fluids cards for. Oh, no, we don't have enough fluid cards. We got just enough. Wonderful. Okay. Right, so HV. This one needs to be done a little differently, though. Because we need this, and we need this to say whether we have over 128 of those. So, emit when levels are below that level. So that will emit a signal. No, that'll emit a signal when levels are above. And then the extract on here needs to be on... What channel did we set that on? We haven't set any channel on that yet. We need a redstone input. So that will emit a signal on when that is above the limits. And this needs to only extract on channel 1 when it has a high signal. Basically when there's over 128 MV circuits. I don't know if we're going to get to check this, see if this works today or not. My one concern. Right, we can get rid of all of that lot. Why? Oh, you're not filling with tin because you haven't got any reason to. Or any tin to fill with. There we go. Beautiful. It's long with barely any push on it. Again, no idea of the context. If I get too frustrated, I'll just stop the frustration. Simple as that. I mean, that's a reasonable way to look at things. So what was the quote that there was recently? That things are always more enjoyable when you enjoy them? That was another nugget of wisdom from me. Hey, I am nothing if not weird, I guess. All right, so HV circuits, we need those, 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 and those. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 4, 8, 4. Oh god, I'm not going to remember that, am I? So 2 of those, 4 of those. Nope, I've forgotten already. Yeah, 8 inductors. How many capacitors was it? 16 capacitors. 16 capacitors. RAM chips. How much RAM? We can always download more later. And I think it's 16 fine red alloy wires as well. It would certainly appear so. Okay, I think that's everything. But this should not output anything until we have over 128 microprocessors, which we currently won't have. We currently have 74. Right, let's just test this out. So basically, if we change this to, say, 64. Okay, that's not working. Why are you not... Oh. Never mind. As per usual, I forgot a step again. This is fine. Oh, fuck. There's 8 of those, right? And then the capacitors, there was, what, 16 of those, I think? Oh, I forgot we can just hover over this, can't we? Yeah, and then 8 RAM chips. And 16 of those. Okay, right. So this is still going. This has turned off, as it should do. Now, if we say whenever there's over 64 of those, that will start feeding items in, albeit somewhat slowly, but that's fine. And then that will keep going. That will start going. And then once we have below 64 of those, or below the amount we need, it will turn off. Or it will stop extracting more of them, at least. I guess we could set it up so rather than it stopping the extraction of it, it just stops the machine. That might be the better way to do it. Hey, Kazma. How are you doing? All right. And there we go. All the way up to HV circuits passive. Not super quick yet, but they are passive. Right, and that'll go through those HV circuits. But there we go. That appears to be working. I've only got 6 of the HV ones there at the minute. Once that gets over 128, we should start sending some of those into there. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll... I'm wondering if that's going to cause any problems. No, it shouldn't do. It should be fine. We can get rid of this now as well. I don't think... Can I take that out of there? Oh, I can. Beautiful. We'll leave that there just in case we need to randomly shove any fluids into our EBFs. Okay, the last thing we kind of need to get figured out here. Let's put those away. Yeah, the last thing we kind of need to get figured out is how we're going to do this, the universal ones. Basically, what we're going to have to do is feed any circuits we have into here to turn them into the universal ones. So we're going to need recipes for... turning these into these. So one of those into one of those. And then this recipe, we need the MV ones into the MV universal circuits. And then we need more patterns. Right, we should have one of those universal ones left. Perfect. Let's stick that in there. And then that should do for that. Okay, so... I don't remember... I don't think these are... Right, I'm going to keep all the previous ones in there as well, just in case for whatever reason we end up getting some of those. But right, once that gets to 128, that should output some to the HV ones, and we should get some more HV. I think I might set it so we've got 100 and just a little bit more than 128, so like 132. So, but we should, fingers crossed, get some more HV. There we go. Right. That is fantastic. We now have circuits passived. They're slow, and I probably do want to keep more of each of them in stock, but they are passived. I think one last thing I would like to do before I go is storage monitors. We need them for a few things at the moment. So if I can get a recipe for those... I need the illuminated panels. Oh, man. We haven't got quartz glass automated yet either. Oh, that's easy enough, though. We can actually start... Well, not progressing. We've got a bunch of stuff to do yet, but... We got all processing set up to do before we get too far. Right, I think we had like 5 things going through, plus the 3 circuits. Like 8, I think we needed these. I am curious if the annealed copper stopped. It did. Excellent. And I worked in the last week. 1 quit with a notice, 1 still in jail. One walkout, your other shift manager may not have a job, and your store manager almost joined the employee in jail. Okay, so things going well then. All right. Let's see. Do I have... Grab one of all of the things. So there was steel, red alloy, electrum, cupronickel, annealed copper, and each of the circuits. Right. So if we just put that on there, that was the red alloy. That was electrum, that was cupronickel, that was annealed copper. And then microchip processors. I might have to... I don't like the background on these. Like, it seems like the blackouts texture pack hasn't really worked. Or at least there isn't a texture for the storage monitors, which is not great. But this, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the setup we've got sorted out here. We're never going to be overusing materials or anything like that. Fantastic. Right, so that is going to be it for today. But tomorrow we get into the fun and joys of ore processing. Oh, I haven't actually, Furious, no.
Boop beep.
Boop beep, Becky with the 35 months. How are you doing, Becky? Becky, we found a new ghost hunting game that actually looks really good fun. How am I generating raw materials? Most of it, all the basic materials at least, are done through hostile neural networks. Because there is a whole bunch of things you can get via hostile neural networks in this. So things like diamonds, gold, like all the basic ores. The rest of the stuff at the minute, we're just manually mining for when we need stuff. That's pretty much it. Hopefully we can get away from manual mining before too much longer. But yeah, it's a game called The Other Side, Becky. There's a demo of it that you can play on one of the maps that's a multiplayer. You can do it in multiplayer as well. Me and Em tried it out yesterday. No, it's not actually a skyblock. It might look like it, but this is actually a regular overworld. We just have an incredibly large base that's in the middle of an ocean. I was all for building on land. Oh, we've also got the world's one of the world's smallest mushroom islands ever over here as well. Yeah, I was all for building on land, so we actually had some terrain around us, but I put it to chat, and they said build in the ocean. So here we are. Okay, health is an absolute nightmare, though. Hope everyone's okay. I'm doing pretty good today, actually. It's been a good day. No mushrooms. Apparently the island wasn't even big enough. They've all moved elsewhere. But yeah, ore processing. Basically, we're going to be doing a similar thing to what we've got here, where it's just going to be a bunch of... I think there's probably either going to be 4 or 8 of each machine. So we'll have like 4... Usually the way I do it, I'll have like 4 macerators. Those will then go into ore washers, then into thermal centrifuges, then into macerators again. But we'll set it up in such a way where if we need to route specific things elsewhere to process them slightly differently, we can do. So that's all going to get set up tomorrow. That's going to involve a lot of HV circuits. But no, Becky, I'll send you a link to that other ghost hunting game. It is Phasmo hasn't done this in a long time, but it actually made me properly jump with one of the interactions on there. I'm very tempted to buy the actual full game, though, just to see what the other maps are like. 'Cause you've only got one in the demo. But anyway, that's the plan for tomorrow, as well as the multi-smelter. If I can fucking type it correctly. This. The multi-smelter. This is basically just a giant alloy smelter slash regular smelter. We're probably going to build two of them. One for actual just regular smelting, one for alloy smelting. So on the demo now. If you fancy playing it multiplayer at some point, Becky, let me know. Because I'm still in two minds about whether to buy it, but I really want to. I also want to buy Among the Whispers as well, which just got released the other day, but I can't really justify spending the money on both of them. Which game are you buying? There's two I want to buy. One called Among the Whispers Provocation. They're both like kind of horror, ghost hunting-y kind of games. One called Among the Whispers Provocation, which if anyone's ever played these kind of games, if anyone's ever played Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI, it's basically the follow-on to that game, and I really enjoyed that. And then there's one called The Other Side, which is a little bit like Phasmophobia, but a little different as well, which I was playing the demo of the other day, and it's really enjoyable. So if anyone's into like kind of horror, ghost hunting-y kind of games, definitely worth checking both of those out. I know that's not the kind of audience we tend to have in these streams, since we are a Minecraft stream, but if anybody does enjoy those games. Anyway, guys, I'm going to call it there. I need food. It's been nice to do an actual full-length stream and actually feel mentally able to do a full stream again. Longer than full stream, in fact. You're away for a week on Saturday, but when you come back, definitely. Awesome. But anyway, guys, have an amazing rest of your day. If you can stick around for a few more minutes, though, we'll go and see who is actually live. It's been an awesome. I've really enjoyed it. It was getting to the point at the end of last week where I wasn't enjoying the streams just because I was so tired and just burnt out mentally. Not from the streams themselves, just from kind of life. And the extra couple of days off I had at the start of the stream, at the start of the week, rather, it definitely helped a lot. All right, who is live, though? Is anybody live and playing the modded Minecraft? Oh, there was somebody mentioned to me the other day that I was actually already following. I think it was Freefall that mentioned, yeah, Freefall mentioned Happy Bandit to me. I've actually been following Happy Bandit for ages. The stream when you mentioned that, I hadn't actually even seen he was live. So let's go and see Happy Bandit. We haven't been over there in a while. He is currently playing All the Mods 9 to the Sky. So, on day 9, let's get dangerous, so who knows what the hell's going to happen. He does have CCI enabled as well, so we might end up spawning lots of things in. Who knows? Glad you're able to be here despite your afternoon. I'm glad you were as well, quite. Hopefully the rest of your day is better, and hopefully tomorrow is even better still. Anyway, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, the /me, #Tachava raid. Copy that. Once we get over to Happy Bandits, paste that into the chat there, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any of them will do. You show him a little bit of love. I will, as I say, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully around about the same time, 2 p.m. BST. And we'll get our ore processing started and our multi-smelters set up. And then hopefully we will have we've got like all of the basic infrastructure now to progress a little further. And to make so we don't have to worry about certain things later. We'll probably still have to think a little bit more about improving our power gen. And we've still got to set up the more permanent hostile neural networks setup. But I think I might do that once we get a little further into HV and we know that we can comfortably set everything up in HV. So we can get all of the hostile neural network stuff that we need. Also, it might be worth waiting just until we get PTFE and can make the large chemical reactors as well. That will make life a little easier. Anyway, until then, Have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. Have an amazing rest of your week if we don't see you again. And also, thank you everyone for the raids, for the follows as well. We got so many raids today and a whole bunch of follows as well. And all the resubs, obviously. Thank you guys, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.